Didn't you go somewhere?
Okay, we did intros this year. Attention, please. Thanks. This year we are doing We Are Family. I have a pin for everybody, and I want everybody to know that I operate that way. We are family, and we need to be all for one and one for all and move forward in these unprecedented times. So right now, I want to give the folks online 1 second to tell you a little bit about themselves and where they're coming from. We're going to do the intros real quick, and then we'll get moving. One of the things that I do is I value you, and I value your time very much. So I'm going to try my doggonest, and I'm pretty good at it, to keep everything always moving on time, whether it's meetings once a month or whether it is this one. So let's get going. First, I'd like Kathy, if you would be so kind, to tell us a little bit about yourself and what your role is. Kathy Szymanski. Unmuted, please. There we go.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to meet you virtually. And what is my role? My role is to help you. My role is to assist you, primarily to assist your governor, but you as well when you have questions or concerns about Kiwanis International, or just quite frankly, anything involving Kiwanis. I'm here for you. I can tell you that being lieutenant governor, out of all the roles I've had, and I've had a lot in Kiwanis, lieutenant governor is my absolute favorite. I just, this last year may not have been, but typically lieutenant governor is like the best year ever. You get to work with all the clubs and do all the service projects. I mean, so many people. And I know I'm just supposed to tell you what my role is, and I apologize, but I would like to just take a moment and thank each and every one of you. For those of you who are here from last year, or your repeaters, or your first time, my goodness, thank you from Kiwanis. Thank you from myself. We truly appreciate everything about each and every one of you, and I'm so humbled. And I can't wait to meet you guys. I think she's telling me I'm done. Sorry.
Done. My apologies. Do you have something important to share with us? We are all ears.
No, if my time is up, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, and Brad, just a quick intro, please.
Okay. Brad Boyd, I'm your area director. So I advise current leaders, I train future leaders, and I get to be involved in all sorts of things membership related, but I also extend beyond that to be your liaison to other parts of Kiwanis. So if you ever have a question, concern, just holler my way. My lifeline is usually Kathy or Barb Thompson. So when I get stumped, I go to them. But seriously, I started in the club trenches about 11 years ago. I've been with KI for 7 years in this role. And I served as lieutenant governor. So I can give you some insights from that vantage point too. I deeply respect what you all are taking on. And as Kathy said, it's the best position in Kiwanis, bar none. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Brad. And we have Deborah Hoffman joining us and Kathleen Kinney. Thank you so much for getting on. And here comes our current governor, A.C. Paxton.
Morning, everybody.
And he
Oh, but if you have extra money. I am currently your Governor, this great one from our district. It's been my pleasure and joy to serve. It's been not a good year because of COVID, but it's been a year. And I'm gonna back up to this time, part-time here. But I wanted to come and welcome you today. Last year, if I remember right, and sometimes I don't remember right, but we had one at district council that we trained. It was just a terrible year, you know, we couldn't get out, we didn't have this. And it just does my heart good to see all these people. And the goal is for him. Got your name, bud?
Roy.
Roy is our governor-elect running, and if we get him elected, we want you to do better than Carl's done this year, okay? And I want y'all to also look right here on the lapel. The top pen is my pen, which is each one, reach one. That was a simple goal. I wanted every one of you to bring in a friend, family, relative. And I even brought in an enemy of mine so I could be close to him and see what he was up to. It didn't work well, but I brought him and got his money, so he left, that's that. And then Carla has one below me, but I'm gonna give each one of you one of my pins also and ask you to wear it with pride until October 1st, and then you can discard mine and wear hers. But you're in for a treat today. We're gonna have some good people, good speakers, and they're gonna tell you everything you need to know about being the lieutenant governor. And I believe after you serve this year, I really, really believe you're gonna volunteer to serve one more year. Hear that, Roy? I'm lining them up for you. So thank you. Have a good day. I'm gonna be here all day long. If you have a question, ask Carl.
Thank you, Lucy. So, we are family. When you leave today, you're going to end up being enthusiastic and knowledgeable lieutenant governors. And lieutenant governors are the pivotal role in every single district. Without a good, steady lieutenant governor with their hand on the helm, things just don't work. So I'm looking for a little of your time and a lot of your talents to make this year go well. This year is a tough year. We're coming out of COVID. We have a lot of clubs in trouble. We need to boost them. We need to bolster them. And we have a toolbox full of tools to help you do this. So if you need anything additional, we have a wonderful trifecta of people to help you. And that is Ron Hill, who is our immediate past governor, AC Paxton, and myself. Everyone will leave here today with my card. Call me, don't call me after 10 p.m. or before 8 a.m. But please call me if you've got any questions or you need to know where to go to find the answer. I absolutely don't have all the answers, but I can probably tell you where to get them. Once again, I appreciate and value your time. Together, we are going to breathe life back into this district. And everything that you hear today, for instance, about new club building, is going to tell you how to revitalize the clubs that we have. We have wonderful people that are knowledgeable people that know how to do the job, that have the contacts to do the job, to make kids happy, healthy, safe, and loved. And so we want to make sure that we take advantage of that and help all these clubs back into the fold and not lose them. We have lots of tools for you. At the end of the day, I'm going to put together a USB drive with a lot of information on it. So that will be something you can take away and search instead of going out on the big World Wide Web to try to find something indicative to what your immediate problem might be. Anyhow, that'll be kind of an easy way to grab a hold of things. And we have within the toolbox things. Missouri, Arkansas wants to be successful. They want you to be successful. So they have done things to make everybody be able to accomplish their goals to help kids. The things that we have done most recently are the membership contest to bring in more folks because more hands can do more service. There are other things that a lot of people don't even know about. For instance, show of hands when I'm done. Who is aware of the Earl Collins Foundation grant program that allows up to $500 in a grant to people that want to do an SLP project? Anybody know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, not many. So we need to let you know these important things, and we need you to then turn around and share it with your clubs so that they are aware of all the wonderful things that we have out there. So I'm going to quit talking and we're going to get going today. And I believe, where did Neil go? Okay, I believe we're starting with Brad, and I don't have the agenda in front of me. Shame on me. Does anybody have their agenda in front of them?
And there are some extras on the
Okay, he's going to say one more thing.
You guys that are older than I, and Les told me to make sure I did one thing, and I forgot. All of you that's got laptops, today is Gary Warner's birthday. So if you would send him a birthday greeting, tell him you're having a wonderful time and don't really miss him, but it'd be nice if he was here. Well, you gotta give him something to think about. I'm through. I was out there before I started. Thank you.
Okay, Brad, did you have the appreciation message from Art Riley?
It was actually, if they looked at their modules online, it was embedded in there. If they did their online training beforehand.
So we will wait for the message from Art Riley, who is our president this year. And we're going to go on to Brad Boyd. We're going to pretend it's 9:35 and we're ahead of schedule. And we're going to start with Lieutenant Governor roles and resources.
Perfect. Perfect. Thanks so much. Well, you know, I would rather be with you, and the reminder of Gary Warner actually popped up in my Facebook feed this morning. It was 4 years ago that we opened the club in Benton, and I'm way sad to hear that because of some family issues and all, Gary hasn't been able to be as active with it, and it may be closing and all, but that is one of the lessons that we know that most clubs and most members leave between years 4 and 5. So that's why it's extra important for you all to be vigilant and keep your eyes and ears open and help advise the clubs as to how they can work around that and all. But it was a wonderful experience to go and learn a little bit more about Benton. It's a small community. I think it was around 750 folks and all. So opening a club in that small of a community I had never done before, but it was great that we did it. And hopefully we can figure out a new format. And once Gary gets back into action family-wise, then we can go and tackle that again. But what I want to do is just give you a broad brush approach. I think if you went through the online module where we talked about the duties and responsibilities, I'm not wanting to repeat that, but I will give you a little different spin, and I'm going to call this the 5 buckets of duties. Before I do, let me just give you a little preamble in terms of my experience with being a lieutenant governor. You see, somehow I scooted through 6 years of doing the training for 7 different districts and had never been a lieutenant governor. And then a year ago, my governor here in Indiana came to me the end of October. And I must say that he also was taking on being governor with stage 4 cancer. And he came to me and he said, the gentleman in your division who's lieutenant governor had agreed to do it for another year, but now he's got reasons why he can't do it anymore. And I'd like you to take it on. I said, well, here's 4 names of people that would be better suited because I travel a lot with my job back in the day. And I just don't know that I'd be your best person. He goes, no, you don't understand. I'm pleading with you to take this. And I couldn't turn him down. And so it was probably the best decision I did, because I'm still with all those clubs as a deputy, unofficial deputy lieutenant governor, all 8 of my clubs and everything through the pandemic. I've been with them at every meeting, every event that they've had. And in fact, next week, I'm going to receive a check for $365 from the Lawrence Club in person. So that'll be my first return back to in-person Kiwanis, and I can't wait for it. Are you hearing me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There was a little problem caused by me. I'm sorry. Please
That's
move
all
on.
right. I can roll with the punches. So. Anyways, what I wanted to share with you is I knew that through my experience, 4 years at the club level with the downtown club, started turning them around. Their foundation at the time was larger than the Kiwanis Children's Fund assets. And so it was a great experience to really be in the trenches, so to speak, and get my hands dirty at the local level, at the club level. And then I was able to take a lot of that experience and move it to the district level and to KI and onwards. And so that has really been a lot of fun to see how we can maybe shake things up and do things differently. And I've got to start off by just telling me that you are so dang fortunate. I said dang. To have Kathy Zemansky as your board counselor, because not only does she know her stuff, she wears her passion on her sleeve, and she will motivate you and cheer you on to no extent. So I think you may be in for a treat, or maybe a little danger with the tag team of Kathy and I coming after you, and with all the resources you have there with Barb Thompson and with your governor. But at any rate, so I wanted to just share before I get into the PowerPoint real quick, because it can be death by PowerPoint on these sort of things. My biggest revelation.
Can I interrupt before you get to your PowerPoint?
Sure.
I'd really appreciate it. I'm sorry, I've been trying to get everything set up. I'm Mary Vaughn, I'm your district secretary. I don't need any clap. Anyway, for those of you that brought your laptops, thank you. I have the maintenance guy coming with extension cords and power strips. So I know, did you bring your own power strip? Is that yours? If anybody needs to plug into Stewart's, feel free. But I have more coming, so if anybody needs to charge up, I don't want anybody to go, blank. But if you didn't bring something electronically for all of your files, I did print some out over on this table. So feel free, if you didn't get a chance to bring anything and you want copies, there's some over on the table. I didn't print a lot, but I printed enough. I'm handing everybody out leadership guides right now so that you have those. These are the new ones, even though they look exactly like the old ones. And I have some old ones, and I have a lot of new ones for you to take home and take to your club. Okay. And I'm going to turn it over to Carla wants to say something, Brad. We're sorry.
Okay. No
We're
problem.
interrupting her.
No, that's fine. I'm flexible.
And Roy Elker needs to leave, so he needed to say something to us about the convention, and I'm going to give the mic to him for a moment.
Sorry, I'm Roy Elker, I'm president-elect of Jonesboro. We are hosting the district convention on the 5th and 7th at the Red Wolf Convention Center in Embassy Suites, which is on the Arkansas State University campus. It opened in February of 2020. And we all know what happened in March of 2020. It was a difficult time for somebody to be open in a hotel, restaurant. And so they went from 400 employees to 50, I think, and somehow survived the ordeal. And I have another group. We had a banquet there, 150 people last month, and they're back up full blast. And our board decided yesterday to go right ahead with the convention. We think we need to do it, and we need to do it live. And it's going to be good for Kiwanis and OR for us to do so. And I hope all of you will be there and get others from your brother Mayor, we will do some strong work to get things going in all our clubs. Thank you very much, and I'll see you in August.
Thank you, Roy, and we do need that energy at the convention. Brad, our apologies for interrupting, and please proceed.
Nope. It's important for you all to be powered up, so I'm glad you're getting some power strips. So. And as you know, there's a whole module of, or 15 different videos that hopefully you've already explored, but if not, I encourage you, myself and my colleagues, I think I did 3 of them on club strengthening and club opening, and also on how to have division council meetings and that sort of thing. So I hope you will watch those resources. We actually had done them last year when the pandemic first hit, and then this year we decided that we would be overachievers and redo them so that we could be a little better in terms of our presentation skills now that we've done a little bit more of this. And so I think you'll find them to be educational, informative, and there also are resource materials out there too. So I will probably be referring to those at some points today, and hopefully you'll, as I said, you'll explore that as well as our KI website. Before I launch the PowerPoint though, I just wanted to share, you know, I think we always are aware that one of the inherent things when you're in a service organization that's run by volunteer leaders is the fact that they're always getting stretched and pulled in different ways. A lot of them, like Kathy, have very successful businesses. She does a lot of other community things, as does Barb and others. And so getting them to just singularly focus on Kiwanis is sometimes a challenge because the family life, those things are pulling them, and I'm sure the pandemic just didn't help any as well. So I knew accountability was always going to be an issue, and holding their feet to the fire when you're pretty much begging them just to go on and do things as a volunteer and to lead the way and everything. But the one thing that I came away from my year as Lieutenant Governor really concerned about, and I think it's still legitimate, is consistency. I think that when we have had great lieutenant governors, and I have no doubts that all of you are going to be those great lieutenant governors, sometimes we don't follow them with equally good. You know, it's just like in hiring. They always say, find someone better, equal to or better than yourselves, and you'll look like a star. And so, you know, it really doesn't pay us that much good deeds in terms of furthering the organization if we follow a superstar like all of you with sort of a dud that isn't doing division council meetings and isn't communicating, and isn't checking in on their clubs and everything. So I would really impress upon you to you know, look at the long term, not just your years as lieutenant governor, but the whole continuum before you and after you in terms of striving for better consistency in our leadership and everything. I think that would really stand well for our organization. So let me get into this PowerPoint real quick. I'm going to share my screen. You should all be seeing the 5 buckets of duties. And so let me advance this if I can. There we go. So we, the other area directors and myself came up with this a year or so ago, and we decided that we'd sort of put it into buckets. And I must admit that I could probably argue some of these being in multiple buckets or being in other buckets or whatever, but I think it does a fairly succinct job of leading you through the overview of your position. And so obviously club engagement is what it's all about, particularly as Carla mentioned, coming out from this pandemic, now that we've got shots in our arms and we're still striving to reach herd immunity, but we at least are becoming unmasked to some extent. But it really is important to make those club visits and get people re-engaged with Kiwanis. As I say, you know, the shots in our arm, just think of those, what that has meant for us in terms of relief. I never thought that I would be, you know, looking forward to a shot, much less 2 of them and everything. But I you know, gleefully went for those shots and all. But I think that all of you know that through this pandemic, our communities and our kids need us now more than ever. Our communities need a shot in the arm, and their shot in the arm is looking at each one of you in that room and saying that you are the bright beacons of hope to get us through this pandemic and out of the pandemic and back to flourishing as a society. And so our communities need a shot in the arm. And actually, we as Kiwanians, we need a shot in the arm, because we need a shot in the arm in terms of some new members with new ideas, perhaps new service projects, ones that maybe weren't even there before the pandemic, but have arisen as a result of it and everything. So I am bullishly optimistic that I think there are a lot of folks that have been sort of, thinking about things through this pandemic. I think it's jolted every one of us. My mom had a saying that I'd like to share with you, and it goes something like, when you become wrapped up in yourself, you become a very small package. When you get wrapped up in yourself, you become a very small package. And I think one of the takeaways, one of the lessons from this pandemic is we've realized that this scourge, the coronavirus, has hit every country on the face of this earth, all 80 Kiwanis countries. It's hit every one of us, some far more harshly than others. But I think a lot of us in the back of our minds have been thinking, once I feel safe again and can get out there, maybe I could do just a little bit more to help my community and help those kids that are going to be the future beacons of hope after our turn at bat is up. And so I do believe that there's going to be a great renaissance. If you look at Kiwanis history, we were founded in 1915, and our biggest growth spurt was during the Roaring 20s. And so I want each of you to pledge to work with me, Barb, Carla, Kathy, everyone, to make this the Soaring 20s, where we really have unprecedented growth and a lot of more meaningful service projects as we listen better to the community needs and listen to our members. So it all begins with making club visits. I hope that each one of you will be hopefully introduced by the current Lieutenant Governor if you're a brand new one. That's a great way to do it, and do a little brain dump in terms of what their experiences have been. However, you need to form your own opinions as well. So a lot of times when I make a club visit, I do not wear my Kiwanis shirt or my Kiwanis name badge. And I want to be a mystery shopper. So I go in and I see who comes forward to greet me, to perhaps ask, why in the heck am I there? And before I divulge that I'm a new Lieutenant Governor. And that way you can really get a better feel for who are some of those go-getters. And so my one piece of advice to you is to keep a piece of paper in your pocket and a pen. And then whenever I can, I pull out that piece of paper and I write down the names of anyone who perhaps comes forward without being goaded into coming forward and enthusiastically welcomes me to their club meeting or to their service project. And keep a list, because those are people that down the way you'll want to get more engaged, and they could potentially be future leaders at the club level or moving up to the division level as lieutenant governors. Obviously, you're going to be working, and we have a lot of acronyms, I understand. DMC. Anybody know what that means? The DMC, it sounds like it should be some rock group from the 80s, but it's your district membership coordinator. And your district membership coordinator, you are blessed because you've got Barb Thompson, who's been in Kathy's role on the board of KI and just happens to be running for VP, but she is a wealth of information. In fact, she's my go-to gal when I need to bounce some ideas around and brainstorm and see how perhaps I could work around some things. So you'll want to assist her with the club coaching aspect. I would encourage all of you, I know Barb has done a training already in your district. We've had 3 others for all the districts in our area already. But if you are a lieutenant governor and you have not gone through and the certified club coaching module, the training program, I would encourage you to ask Barb when we could do another one of those and get you certified, because I can guarantee that we probably don't have enough coaches to go around for all the clubs that are going to need us. And like it or not, part of your gig as lieutenant governor is going to be the de facto club coaching, because as you make all those visits to service projects, fundraisers, club meetings, people are going to be buttonholing you and pulling you aside and saying, what would we do in this situation? Or how could we do that? Or how would I be able to bring in more members? Or how do I deal with this one person that maybe everyone wants to vote off the island of the club. Yes, that happens sometimes. And so you're going to have to do a fair amount of coaching and guiding them along, or at least connecting the dots so that you can connect them with one of the dedicated club coaches that can stick with them. Fortunately, in this age of Zoom, we now don't have to count on somebody that's in the local vicinity. So you could have a club that's struggling in Missouri being coached by a coach down in Arkansas, at least virtually. Now, nothing beats being there in person, we know that, but that always is an option to add that support. You're going to want to provide club and member support and recognition. One of the things that I say is the most important aspect of being a lieutenant governor is just show up. Just show up. Be there for your clubs. That's how you earn credibility. Go to as many of the service projects or fundraisers, or once you've been introduced to the club, ask whether you might be able to sit in on a club board meeting. You're going to get a totally different complexion and read on that club by attending a board meeting. And if they don't invite you, invite yourself. Say, hey, I'd like to learn a little bit more about the inner workings of your club. One of the things that I do in advance of going to any club meeting, and it happens now, one of the silver linings through this pandemic is the fact that I normally go into a district for trainings like this or for mid-year or district convention. I never get to visit clubs. And so I've more than made up for it this last year. I think I'm up to 317 club visits, and I've spoken to about 107 of those. And but what I do before I go is I look them up in the KI membership directory and find out, how many years have they been around? How many members did they have as of October 1st? Where do they meet? And then I go out onto Mr. Google or Ms. Bing, and I type in that club and I look at their web pages or their Facebook pages. I scroll through that. I write down all of the service projects, all the SLPs that they support. SLP is service leadership programs. And that way I can interject that into my discussion with them or when I call on them. And there is nothing more flattering than somebody knowing your name or having gone to the trouble to find out a little bit about you in advance. And again, that adds to your credibility. You're not just showing up and sort of freeloading. You actually have done your homework and you've gone in. Sometimes I can't tell from Facebook pages how many service leadership programs they sponsor or some of their fundraisers and things, but at least I've got enough to share with them to convey that I really care about their members and their club experience. And then lastly, here under club engagement, we want to encourage CLE training, one of those other acronyms, but I think most folks know that that's continuing leadership education. And so you've got within your district another one of those acronyms, DLC, I think it is. It's your district leadership chair or leadership coordinator. And that person really works to bring the educational components to the district and to the division. So either they will be giving you a schedule of when they are meeting in person. A lot of times we couple that with a mid-year or a district convention. And then they also we will be providing some from KI that'll be online in the next couple months once we get all those new club presidents reported by June 1st. Let's move on here to district KI engagement. Obviously, one thing that I have learned also through my 7 years at KI is the importance of getting involved in as much as possible. So what I mean by that is when I was at the club level, we had a guy, Joe Marbaugh. He just passed away, rest in peace, but he was like Mr. Interclub in Indiana. It's hard to really concentrate on myself when I see that cute pooch on the screen there, Kathy. No, leave him there. I like it. I'm just joking. So anyways, so Joe was Mr. Interclub, and he prided himself on arranging the most interclub visits with our members and all. And at first I didn't understand, like I was having a hard time just getting to our weekly meeting and doing all the other things I wanted to do as a Kiwanian. And then I discovered that, wow, I could learn a thing or two by visiting another club. I could be inspired by what they're doing for their service projects. I could learn the importance of sponsoring a service leadership program. I was a Key Clubber and CKI member back in the day. And unfortunately, I didn't have any involvement from my host club, my sponsoring club. And I didn't even know that those programs were part of the Kiwanis family, the K family. So that is equally important. And so what I learned though is interclubbing is really important to promote. And I particularly as we're still, some clubs are still meeting virtually and some are going to a hybrid in-person and online Zoom component. It's a lot easier to Zoom in on a meeting. And so I would really encourage you to do as much interclubbing as possible. And then now I've sort of learned that interclubbing then leads to going to a division council meeting, because all of a sudden you've met somebody from a neighboring club and then they are talking about maybe going to the division council meeting. And again, it's like a rah-rah rally. It's wonderful to have the not only the lieutenant governor leading the charge, but having their counterpart CKI and Key Club lieutenant governors. You see, for me, it wasn't a matter of me being the lieutenant governor of the Indy Metro Division. I was part of a threesome that led the Indy Metro Division. I had a Key Club and a CKI lieutenant governor that were my equals, and I needed to treat them as equals and bring them into the loop in terms of setting the agenda, and they could help me set the enthusiasm for our division and everything. So you'll be expected to attend those events. And then once you go to a division council meeting, then my theory is that then you've met some folks and you become a lot more comfortable about going to that wonderful in-person district convention that you're planning in August. And there you just meet folks from all over and you really get a sense of the family of Kiwanis and the fact that everybody's pulling together to do better things for their communities, to help the kiddos, those types of things. And then if you go to a district mid-year or convention, then you're a lot more apt to all of a sudden say, hey, I wonder what that global complexion of our organization is like. Maybe I'll go to the international convention or the international conference that we've got coming up in late June in Salt Lake City, an educational conference. And so I really think that one thing leads to another, but it all begins with encouraging folks to take advantage of their club meetings, going to interclubs, going to division council meetings, and then onward to district and international involvement. We're going to be asking you to, lead some of those division council meetings. That really is going to be your responsibility. I know that I have visited some districts where a division has not had a division council meeting in 45 years. They have missed out. It is important in my eyes to at least do a quarterly one. I know in Texas, Oklahoma, they do the monthly. I've not missed Division 2. Well, I did this last week because I was doing Kansas training virtually, but that was the first one I had met since they started doing it through Zoom. And they bring on all of their Key Club and CKI leaders, and it just is a wonderful hour of fellowship. If any of us are feeling lonely through this pandemic or a little isolated in our homes, all you have to do is get on Zoom. And I do know there is Zoom fatigue, but do it in small doses and you'll be reminded of just the wonderful network that you have within Kiwanis to learn a thing or two and to be encouraged and really stimulated and really excited about Kiwanis again. So we're gonna give you some ideas. There is a resource out there. I developed it about whenever the last in-person convention in Orlando was. I guess it was 2 years ago. I was fortunate to be asked to do advanced lieutenant governor training. It was a 5-hour exercise where I brought in some other folks to share their expertise. And as part of that, I got to thinking, maybe we just need to give some folks some ideas about how to structure a division council meeting. And so I came up with 21 different ideas for themes for division council meetings. So there's a resource there that you could take that one piece of paper and you could share that with your counterparts. And I know that in Indiana, our Key Club and CKI lieutenant governors, their geographical boundaries don't exactly match our division boundary, but you can find out who that person, those people are. And then I share with them those ideas and say, hey, I'm open to anything else. And then we sort of pick and choose which ones we think might be work best. So I try to do a division council meeting, and this is just a helpful hint if it works for you. But I like to do one right as the new year starts. So I picked October 7th. I doubt that anyone in the room would know why I would pick that date, because you probably have never heard of a little obscure Hoosier poet by the name of James Whitcomb Riley. But this poet is the guy that our children's hospital, our statewide children's hospital, is named for, and that is our district project. You know, Kiwanians, we were there helping to start and support the Riley Hospital for Children in 1919, and the friggin' hospital didn't open until 1924. So we were there 5 years before them. And so I like to have a birthday party because October 7th is James Whitcomb Riley's birthday. So it's a cause for celebration and to really talk about what we do at the district level about our Riley involvement. Then I usually pick January 21st. Anybody know why January 21st is important? Gosh, that's our anniversary for Kiwanis. That's when we were founded up in Detroit. And so while our friends in high places celebrate up in Detroit, I have a local celebration and bring in a cake or cupcakes or whatever is physically distanced these days, and have a big celebration all about Kiwanis and share a little bit more about the facts and figures, by the numbers, those types of things about Kiwanis. And then my third one is on April 1st. Anybody have an idea what April 1st signifies? Yes, I am an April fool, but April 1st is the exact midpoint of our Kiwanis International Administrative Year. So at April 1st, you are halfway done and halfway to go. And so what I want to do is to have that division council meeting and just gauge how much more we need to go to meet our goals. Where are we? And unfortunately, I know that Kiwanians a lot of times are clutch performers. They wait until they're the all-nighters at the end of the school term. And so what I need to do with that April 1st meeting is to really motivate the troops and say, hey, you know, we don't want to be hard on ourselves. We are volunteers after all, but we said we were going to open this many clubs, or we're going to add this many members, or we're going to have this many guests coming to our different service projects and events and things. And so I want that April 1st to be sort of a wake-up call. And then my last one I usually schedule for mid-July. I usually count out about 12 weeks before September 30th. And that's actually when I put the pressure on. I'm like, hey folks, we've got 12 weeks to make some things happen. Let's end this year, let's kick it into gear and finish with a flurry of activity all around helping the kiddos and helping our communities. And so those are just some ideas. You can schedule it as you wish and all. I just wanted to, I've had lieutenant governors who are like, what would you do and how would you do it? Maybe there's a special date in your community or some cause that you guys are doing that you'd want to add in there and all. And there's nothing to say anything magic about 4. Monthly, I think, is a wonderful idea. I just know that at least basically you should be doing at least 4 of those. So you'll want to participate in all those different activities. The training, particularly if we do, I know Barb's got some plans we'll be discussing later with club opening. And so take advantage of those. I don't care how far you are away from the community where we're going in to open a new club, make yourself available, because all of the things that you'll learn on the job by participating in a club open build will be things that also translate to strengthening your own club and existing clubs in your division. And then I think your trustees are doing the board work, so you won't need to work on that end, but I'm sure Carla will probably be having regular meetings with all of you to check on how things are going. Third is our membership. And I think it was funny as we were planning out this session the other day, I had to chuckle because I told Barb Thompson I was doing the 5 buckets of Kiwanis and told her what they were. And when I mentioned membership, she's like, well, that's the only bucket that counts. So you don't need to talk about anything else. And I agree with her. It is the most important. And lately I've been accused of talking too much about membership. So I've tried to tone it down a little. In fact, I've been telling folks that we don't need any more new members. Did you hear that? We don't need any more new members. We just need more hands for service. So if you need to change the friggin' name of your committee from the membership committee to the more hands for service committee, maybe you'll get more people to participate. So feel free to use that as your moniker and all, but membership is the lifeblood of our organization. And it all begins at inviting guests, inviting like-minded friends, acquaintances to come to meetings, but they're a little boring sometimes. So invite them to a service project, invite them to be part of your fundraiser, and make your fundraiser one that educates them about what your club does and how you contribute to the community betterment. And it really begins with guests. So I think that Barb and Kathy may be preparing my pink slip because I give it to you honestly. I'm a straight shooter. 5 years of the formula. That was our last big membership initiative. 5 years, we had awards for opening a new club. We gave recognition for adding more members, all those things. We did not have one friggin' award for bringing guests to a club meeting or a service project or a fundraiser. And that's where it starts, folks. You need to be going every time you go to make a club visit and you go to your own club meeting, you ask loudly, who's brought a guest to this event and who's bringing a guest next week or next month? Because that's where it starts. We have got to get more people to kick the tires and see how Kiwanis resonates in their hearts like it does in ours. And so I can't impress upon you enough to put guests at the very top of the rung, because that's where it all begins. If you get them to come, I guarantee you, you're going to have a pretty good success rate of converting them to being members and more hands for your service. And then you'll be able to expand your services. And we know that all communities have even more needs now. So we want you to be setting some divisional membership goals. I think Barb and I are going to be talking about that a little bit this afternoon to get that going. We're going to give you a 5-year membership trends report. So Mary's been helping us with that, and Carla. And so we'll be going over ways to slice and dice some of those numbers. So at least you know where you are right now and how you might move forward. We want you to be monitoring and supporting club growth activities. So over the lunch hour, I think I'm going to be sharing some ideas that I've gathered during the pandemic that might be helpful to you in that regard. One thing that I think that we don't do a very good job of usually is retention. And as much as I love club recruitment, membership recruitment, retention is all important. Just think if we were able to salvage 1 or 2 members from each club at the end of the year, and we didn't have that dreaded September surprise of people that all of a sudden vanish in the thin air. If we're able to save those. So my biggest tip there is do not count on your club boards, your board members, to be doing that last minute begging people to either pay their dues or to come back that haven't darkened your doors for a while. The biggest tool you have for retention is running a list of who sponsored those people into Kiwanis, who brought them in, who introduced them, and then employ those folks to go after the folks that you haven't seen for a while or haven't paid their dues, that sort of thing. So retention is all important. We want to provide support for clubs that want or need to grow. And it's interesting, I haven't even had a chance to throw this into my pandemic presentation, but I get a lot of different ideas through different DVR programs that I watch. And there was a thing on Drew Barrymore's show. I fast forwarded through it, but Barbara Corcoran, I think is her name, who's on Shark Tank, was on, I think it was yesterday or the day before. And I had to go back and I finally found it online and printed it out as an email to myself. But I thought she had the best thing. They were asking her on Shark Tank. I assume all of you have seen that program and all with the entrepreneurs. She's like, they're like, you've forged alliances with 160 some entrepreneurs, how do you keep track of them and which ones need your help and where you can add value and all. And her idea was that she takes a photo of the entrepreneurs, whether it's a single person or a duo or whatever, and she puts them on her wall. And then about 6 weeks later, after all the hubbub and the fervor from the show airing comes and everything, when things sort of settle down and they're back to the reality of a lot of the challenges that they have, she goes to them and says, hey, what's up? And if they start offering excuses, she turns the photo upside down on her wall. If they are asking for help or they want some suggestions, she keeps them upright and all. And so I got to thinking that might be something that might be worth for us to be considering doing, is keeping a wall of all of our clubs in our division. And if they're just going to make excuses about how, oh, the pandemic has worn us down and all those types of things, I mean, we can have a pity party for hours here, folks, but there's work to be done. And so what I want to do is to concentrate on those clubs that actually want and need to grow. And I will give them my all and then some. But if you're just going to be settling for making excuses and tripping over yourselves, then I don't have time for that. You need to really go where you can really make a meaningful contribution, and don't go places where you don't have where the club members don't have some skin in the game. They've got to be willing to roll up their sleeves, get their hands a little dirty, and help you do the heavy lifting. You'll give them guidance, but they need to be willing to do the work. Lastly, you'll want to meet with those club coaches that we just got certified. And I know Barb's got some ideas on that front. And then again, showing up and cheering them on. The biggest role you can play is to be the cheerleader for those clubs and for your division. And so recognize those with positive growth. Put them into your newsletter every month. What I do is I ask those that have had positive growth, I ask both the club president and their club membership committee chair, and hopefully we've got all those identified. I asked them for one tip. What's the one tip of how you've been able to add to your membership roles? And it's interesting to have different perspectives come forward. And again, then that is the spotlight on them. It's not me harping on folks to add new members. It's me celebrating the folks who are actually doing that heavy lifting and making things happen, and making it a cause for celebration. And so I can't stress enough the importance of recognizing people who are doing great things in your clubs. Moving on quickly to club opening, and we're going to get into this a little bit more heavily this afternoon, so I won't belabor it too much, but I mentioned participating in those club opening efforts, so we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be identifying potential sites. I know there are a couple that are already in the mix, but I know each of you was asked to bring an idea or two. And I would encourage you, even the most important is to find some new communities where we can take what I affectionately call pure Kiwanis goodness to the kiddos and the families in those communities. And we know there are a lot of those that deserve to have Kiwanis and the K family there. But also be looking as you drive, you are our eyes and ears to all those clubs. You're our connecting the dots person that really is going to be driving. And as you drive, again, that little piece of paper, and I want you to pull off to the side of the road, but write down, if you see there's a brand new high school being built, chances are that's a growing community. If you see a couple of huge industrial plants coming in or whatever, write that down. If you see that there's just a lot of construction in a subdivision that really is going out into the cornfields or whatever, write that down. Send those to Barb. She'll be willing to filter them, and we'll put them on a priority list, and we'll do some further digging through Google searches as to whether they're one of the fastest growing school districts in the state or those types of things. There's just a lot of research information that we can find out online. But I also would encourage you to be looking at potential sites for adding key clubs or CKI chapters at local universities in your division. So, it all begins with, to me, with Key Club, of keeping Key Club strong. We know that the service leadership programs have been decimated this last year because of so many clubs or so many school districts putting activities on ice during the pandemic and everything. So we have a major, I think they're still calling it homecoming, but we have a huge initiative that'll be launched fairly soon at KI to bring a lot of our Key Club and CKI chapters back into full gear to be doing wonderful things and all. But we would love to, the biggest satisfaction I had my year as Lieutenant Governor was being able to add a Key Club. I didn't get a brand new club opened in my division. I helped with one in a nearby division, but I had a young lady, a sophomore, who actually called into our member services call center at KI headquarters. And she called in and she said, I'm with this private school and I've been researching and I think that my school would benefit from having a Key Club. In fact, when I got the name and number and called her, she said, and I also think I've got a faculty person who'd be, I see that you've got to have a faculty liaison or faculty advisor. And so all I had to do was to find a good host club that would really put some time and energy into it. And I found one of our mid-sized clubs in my division that didn't have any service leadership program. And so they were not wanting to take one on, believe it or not. They said that they had been at this school many years ago, a couple decades before, with a builders club, and the faculty person sort of went off and did their own thing, and they didn't like the pathway that they went and didn't feel there was a good connection. And so they were a little jilted by the SLP experience. So I had to work with them. I actually found one of the founding members of the club and was able to get her on board. And then I did some more research and was able to go to them and say, hey, if you really harbor any hopes of becoming a distinguished club, that adds to your credibility to have a service leadership program that you mentor. And so the biggest thrill for me was the fact when the club called back and said, not only were they going to be the sponsor of the new Key Club at Park Tudor School, but they also had recruited not one, not two, but 3 members to be actively engaged as liaisons to that high school. And 2 of those were brand new members. So I was way excited and they're off to the races and doing great things. So you'll be asked to identify sites to help with club opening for sure. And then last is just some of the logistics. So I'm hoping that you'll be able to take a look at some point at what your district has in terms of a strategic plan. I know a few districts haven't put as much into dusting it off and revisiting it since it was introduced back with the I plan back under Jane Erickson's year as KI president. But our board added about a year ago, last October, a 5th component, which is all about developing a leadership pipeline, or we call it leadership development. And that really was the genesis of the new Amplify program. So I don't know how many of you have heard of Amplify, but it's a soft skills based training program. And it's to encourage leadership training, but not to train you like I am about Kiwanis ins and outs. It's to help you in all realms of your life. And we were so heartened. We were expecting 200 to 300 tops, and we've got 750 Kiwanians from all over the place participating in it, and a big capstone experience for those who will be in Salt Lake City, and in July for those of us joining online and everything. So leadership development is way important. So again, it's that piece of paper in your pocket, identifying people that are enthusiastic and all. I quite often admit, you know, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. I'm not probably the most knowledgeable Kiwanian out there, but I guarantee you what I lack in knowledge, I can make up for in enthusiasm. And I can find, like Carla said, I can find who to go to get an answer quickly for you, or at least get some direction and everything. So you're going to be asked to, you know, sort of develop your own little game plan of how you're going to be able to cheer folks on to reach new heights in your clubs and your division. You're going to be hosting a governor's visit, and I'm hoping now that we're getting immunized that Carla will be able to get on the road. I know that it has to be incredibly difficult for AC this past year with his own health challenges, and then with the pandemic on top of it, it's like a double whammy of being able to get out and about while, visiting you via Zoom isn't my preferred method. At least we have this to be thankful for, another silver lining of the pandemic. So you're going to be asked to host a governor's visit. And I think Carla will probably be talking a little bit later as to whether she's okay with just coming to a chicken dinner or whether she'd like to get her hands dirty with some of your service projects and that type of thing. We're going to be asking you to submit some reports. Again, that'll be up to your governor, Carla, to determine whether she wants something in writing or she's just going to check in with you individually or perhaps have a monthly or quarterly call with you, whatever. And then lastly, and I think it's so goofy when we're talking about brand new duties for brand new lieutenant governors, I hate even entertaining the thought of securing your successor, but that is the reality. And so hopefully through this little presentation, I've shared with you a little bit about the importance of finding someone that can carry on. One thing I will tell you about my own experience is I recruited a really sharp young member of a club in my division that is completely African-American. And as I met with that club before the pandemic hit and all, one of the ladies pulled me aside and she said, when I joined Kiwanis, I was the first Black woman in the club, the first Black, and now it's completely African-American. I'm like, well, we need to work on your diversity as well. But anyways, one of the younger gals, she's the second generation Kiwanian. I called her because I just thought she had that enthusiasm that I wanted in the role and I could help guide her. And so I called her and said, hey, I've been just thinking about a short list and you're at the top of my short list of being my successor as lieutenant governor. And Tina said, that's really odd that you'd call because I was going to mention my interest at our mid-year, but it was canceled because of the pandemic in March and everything. I'm like, that is music to my ears. Someone that I didn't even have to beg or cajole or whatever, hornswoggle into being lieutenant governor. She actually wanted to do the job. The downside that I learned after that, though, is the fact that she's a teacher in the inner city. And so she can't get away for a lot of the morning and lunchtime club meetings. And so that's when I said, I'll be your unofficial deputy lieutenant governor. I'll make the visits and then I'll report to you what I'm learning from them. And so we're a pretty good tag team from what that takes and all. Lastly, before I close, and this is a little bit logistical, the other thing I found through the pandemic is just the importance of staying connected. I think we've undervalued the importance of fellowship and friendship through Kiwanis and in our K family. And so my club has sponsored a K Kids for years, and our faculty advisor is great at being able to send cards of encouragement. And so we welcome them at the beginning of the year. We wish them a great summer. In between, we welcome them to a new semester, any of those types of things. We send them Valentines. And during the pandemic, they were shut down and everything. Well, it so happened that one of my 8 clubs in my division is a Golden K Club at Robin Run Retirement Center. And I learned that they had been put into lockdown mode where they had to take their meals in their own rooms in their apartments. And they were no longer allowed to go to the dining hall. I spoke with Mildred, the club president, and she was like, I don't know what to do. She actually had been on staff and retired and joined the club, even though she doesn't live in the retirement center. She's not quite old enough to join them there yet. And so she was very stymied because she wasn't even there with them. And so we had one meeting in the warm weather months where we were allowed to take some folding chairs out into the parking lot and have a de facto meeting and everything. And they lost 9 members pretty rapidly. And it wasn't a great situation, but they wanted to persevere. Long story short, I called Mildred in August because I checked in with her about every 6 weeks and learned that her husband had died of COVID. And I was just crestfallen and heartbroken. But it got me to thinking, how can we add some cheer back to their troops and everything? And so I asked the other members of our other 7 clubs if we could send cards of encouragement. I got the list of all the residents and their addresses, and we started just pummeling them with cards. They did get a little reprieve during October, November, about 5 weeks, and then they had 15 cases in their retirement center come up again. And so they've been in lockdown mode since then. I've got to check in. I've got a feeling maybe they're back to the dining hall. But anyways, my club is going to have them join us with a Zoom call next month. And the month after, we're going to pull out those lawn chairs and do a meeting outside with them and everything. But what I want you to do is to think first about our own family. If there are people that are struggling, their health is compromised, you know, don't goad them into coming back in person or whatever. Make it comfortable for them to get on through Zoom. Find some service projects, even if it's just sending cards. That's a service project in and of itself. The result of my efforts has been most heartening, because I didn't really think about, when we started the Cards of Encouragement campaign, the fact that those people had a lot of time on their hands. And so the residents and our members at Robin Run started sending us thank you notes for the cards that we sent them. And now my division has this robust pen pal program going back and forth with the residents at Robin Run. So I hope this just illustrates the care and concern we have to have for every member, and appreciation that we have for what they bring to the table. And, you know, I quite often talk about Stan Soderstrom shared with us early in the pandemic, what I call the pandemic mantra. And it goes something like, you know, if you need help, ask. If you can provide help, offer. And I don't know about all of you in that room, but I've been on both ends of that continuum. There have been times when I had to put my hand up and say, help, I'm feeling overwhelmed. I've got some family stuff coming. I've got all these worries and things like that. And somebody talked me off the ledge and got me back into a good place. And then there are other times where, again, with Robin Run and all, I've been able to really feel good about what I'm able to contribute to bring a little brightness to their days. So again, I think we have this unique opportunity, and you all are going to be pivotal players in terms of being the lieutenant governors for the clubs in your division, because you're going to help march them out of this malaise and this pandemic and into refocusing on all the great things that are the reasons why we joined Kiwanis and why we all are so diehard, bullishly optimistic about being able to grow Kiwanis again. And so you need to be those bright beacons of hope, and you need to encourage one another and celebrate one another. And I just hope that you have as good a year as Lieutenant Governor as I did. And I'd welcome any questions or comments or any of that. And I'll stop sharing my screen here. Hey.
And this is an open meeting. If you've got something to say, stand up and then wait till you get the microphone to say it. So we really want to hear what you have to say, but so do the folks that are on the Zoom call. So we have to remember to use the mic. Anyhow, do you have any questions, Bar?
You were flat, you got your stomach.
You've seen Brad. Just because I was in front of Brad, pardon me, that I was standing in front of you. Okay, piggybacking on Brad, what Brad had to say, and why don't you all stand up for a minute, please? I don't know about you, but I need to not be sitting all the time. Communication is key, and you absolutely need to think about all the ways there are to communicate. And I almost forgot about the pen and paper communication, or sending somebody a note. I mean, there's your one level. And then there is the telephone level. That's wonderful because it's a one-on-one experience, but you can't see someone's expression. You can't hear their tone of voice. Then there is the Zoom level where you get to see their face. But depending on how big a Zoom call it is, if their face is only 1 inch around, you really can't get much from their face either. And then the in-person experience is, of course, the optimum because you get the tone of voice, you get the inflection. You can even see the eye roll when somebody is totally sick of what you have to say. And that's an important cue. So please use all of the tools in your toolbox. In particular, make sure that you use all the methods of communication because they are all important and different people respond better to different levels of communication. Now, what we didn't do in the beginning was introduce everybody that's in this room. And we're gonna do that now. Some of you met each other last night. Some of you were not able to get in until this morning. So I'd like you to say who you are.
I
If
will.
you're a
But I
lieutenant
want to ask Brad a
governor,
question
please let us
quick. Brad,
know
Do you
if
have
this is
the
your first,
do you have the message from Art Riley?
second,
Because
or
I
fifth year.
didn't save it up.
Anyhow, we would appreciate it.
It's not a good showing.
Okay,
They
so
need to
we
look at
should
it on
do
the,
it.
no, they should do it. It's in the first module of their online training.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's
They'll
in the
get it there.
module.
Yeah,
Okay.
they'll get it there.
All right, good. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna hold this up. So Brad and everybody online knows who they're talking to.
Greg Ashton, Smithville, Florida, Division 3. And this is my
Thanks.
second go around as Lieutenant Governor, albeit the first one was fairly pathetic. Thank you.
We're all gonna do that.
Yay.
I'm Loretta Dipplecamp, and I will be the Lieutenant Governor for District 10. I just wanted to say one thing that we did as our own little club in St. James. We had several people who were not able to attend in-person meetings because of health or whatever. But one evening, we did a drive-by, and we fixed up little goodie bags that had like cookies and different things. And we took them to those people who had not been able to come to our meeting. And we got all kinds of phone calls, and just, they were really excited to have that. So it was kind of fun to do that for our guys that weren't able to come, so.
Yay.
Please share. All of this is really important.
My name is Gary Beckman, from Cincinnati, Missouri, and
Hey, Gary.
becoming the governor for Division 11.
I'm Kathy McGuire, I'm with the St. Joe Club, and I'm the current lieutenant governor.
Two.
This road, and I'm the also.
I'm Les Mays. I'm currently Lieutenant Governor Division 11, but I'm going to be Lieutenant Governor Division 26.
And what else are you?
Region 3 trustee.
And former governor.
And former governor.
I'm Marcia Flanagan, I'm the incoming Lieutenant Governor for Division 13. Thank you, Brad, for always liking our posts on Facebook.
Hey.
How you doing? My name is Will Williams. We'll be the Lieutenant Governor of Division 7.
The best division in Kiwanis.
Those are fighting words.
I know.
The only division. This will be my second go around with the help of Walt Thompson. The last time we were distinguished division. And it wasn't because of me, it's because of the people that you work with, you know. But anyhow, thank you very much.
And Will, would you share how you became lieutenant governor?
Oh, yeah, this is a great story.
Oh, it was, you know, before it was, you had to go around and pay people. Anybody want to be lieutenant governor? How much do I have to pay, or whatever it is, and everybody would turn. This time, guess what? We had 3 people that wanted to be lieutenant governor. So I don't know, that, you know, we're talking about last year was a bad year. It must have really been bad if they wanted this job this year, you know? But anyhow, I look at that as a good sign that we're turning around, people more interested in doing some, you know, doing something for the community and for the club and for help building, you know, Kiwanis.
And we got to share the top of the heap in this room today.
Yay.
I am Don Gould. I am the past governor of the district, currently a trustee on the board for Region 5. And I want to apologize to Loretta, and I hope her arm will heal soon.
She had a cast. She took it off this morning.
Joe Pearson, Lieutenant Governor-elect for Division 12. Linda White, and this ain't my first rodeo. And I've been a Lieutenant Governor for a few years here, and going to give it another go around, but Division 17, and I'm from the baseball club. The club, by the way, that has the most governors.
Oh, thanks for sharing.
Division 6, becoming lieutenant governor, the Charlotte.
Tiffany,
Next to you guys.
did you? Yeah, 6, the next one, yeah.
I'm New York, to be 14 lieutenant governor, I guess for life, looks like, so I don't know. Thank you.
But you're gonna do it so well.
It's gonna be
this year,
good.
Everybody's gonna wanna be you.
Trainer himself, I'm thinking-
That's right.
Yeah.
Charlie Cooper, Division 1, Lieutenant Governor elect, the first.
Yay.
Thank you.
Or Marshall, Division 22, Lieutenant Governor, and Steve, Lieutenant Governor. 22, Arkansas, Southeast Arkansas.
Victor Head, Division 12, Lieutenant Governor in Monett, Missouri. So I think this is my third year coming up. So.
Hi, everybody, Katie Renard. I am incoming lieutenant governor for Division 19, which is 2/3 of Northwest Arkansas. We've got another one that we're divided up, but hey, we don't mind to have so many members we need to. That's a wonderful thing. Right now, I am serving as convention chair. Looking forward to seeing all of our clubs together.
Katie does a whole lot. Thank you, Katie, but convention chair is a huge.
Jim Fritz, Division 9, out of St. Louis County, current lieutenant governor and interim.
Awesome.
I'm Mary Solly. I'm from St. Louis County. Used to be the Division 9 lieutenant governor for 2 years. And now I am running for the Region 4 trustee, unopposed, but I have a pulse, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to win.
Yeah.
And I do want to put a blurb in. I am a CLE trainer and I am retired. So if any divisions are having trouble getting somebody to come and do an in-person training, give me a call. I might be available.
Thank you.
You want to let
Mary
Derek?
is gonna speak with us for a
You
little
want-
bit this afternoon because she was an extremely effective lieutenant governor. We have a couple of things that we're doing differently instead of following the PowerPoint.
Do you want to let Kathleen?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. We need Kathleen and Deborah, please. Kathleen first, if you would unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Kathleen Kinney, Division 15, the best 7 groups in the division and district in MOARC. We have been very strong. We have one club that we thought we were going to lose. And the trustee, Susan LaFond, and myself, we sat down with them, we got together, and by retaining the past president to the next year because of her enthusiasm, the club has been saved. So we are still 7 clubs strong.
Awesome, thank you. Deborah? You need to unmute yourself, please. We still don't have your sound, Deborah. It looks like you unmuted yourself, but I still don't have any sound from you.
Your microphone turned down?
Maybe the mic on your computer is turned down?
Well, if I was at your house, I'd help you with. Go down, Deborah, go down to where it says microphone on your computer. Down at the bottom left-hand side, open the settings. And it should let you turn up your microphone. You want me to introduce you? Yes. All right, I'll introduce Deb. Deb and I go way back. Deb is really, they're doing a co-lieutenant governor. Deb and her husband, John Hoffman, are doing co-lieutenant governors for Division 4. and they're in the Kansas City Lee Summit area, and we love them. And Deb is also the president of the East Centennial Club and a dynamo, but she works all the time. That's
Seats, please. And we're going to start again with Barbara in just a moment. But I did want to talk for 2 minutes about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this is something that we talk about and we hear about. I have a pin that says "We Are Family." It has a white arm, a black arm, a brown arm, and red arm. And I didn't have room for a yellow arm. I'm sorry for all the Oriental folks. But it is not just what color you are. It is, especially in our clubs, we need diversity. That means if you're a club of 65 to 90-year-olds, when you have someone who's 50 that walks in and is interested in service, you need to be welcoming to that person. That means no matter what age, no matter where they come from, no matter what they look like. So it is not just a racial division, it is a division in all of our talents and all of where we come from. Another thing that is different about us is what kind of Kiwanians we are and what kind of Kiwanians we see in the individual clubs. You've got your money members that either don't want to or physically can't do service projects or get out and do things with you. You've got your folks that are just huge hearts and zero cash in their pocket, and they want to be a part and they want to do everything they can. So we need to think about the inclusion and how valuable every single one of these members are to us, and recognize their talent and use their talent in the specific ways that we can. So without further ado, Miss Barbara, are you coming up here? Or are you working from your spot back there?
But first, I want all the city governments to get each handout on the table. So if some of you are already come back, if you haven't already come back.
Okay, if you could come back and take one of the handouts from Barbara's table, one each if you haven't already done it. And I actually do have one handout. You should have all gotten it directly, but it was so valuable that I asked KI to send a copy of this magazine to us. And it was our April-May magazine. It is just a wonderful toolbox of how-to for all kinds of things Kiwanis. If you do not have one of these at home, please come to where I'm sitting and take one of them back with you.
Clara, if Barb is going to speak from where she is not clear at all to the members on Zoom.
She's not going to speak from there. She's going to come up to the front with the microphone. So it'll be fine. We're just at a holding pattern right now. People are getting copies from Barbara's table, and I'll make sure we send those to you guys so you have copies of those as well.
So sorry for the delay on Zoom, folks. People are collecting literature. And Kathleen and Deb, did you get this mailed to your house? The most April, May Kiwanis magazine?
Yes.
Okay, good, because it is just a wonderful tool guide for how to lots of things. And in the fact that we are all different and we are all best approachable in different mediums, we have 2 only of the 2021 Lieutenant Governor Workbook manuals. If there's anybody that is happier with a book in their hand instead of the computer on their fingers, if you would like one. Anybody else? And then, Mary? One of the tools in our toolbox is the fact that MOARC had said that they were going to make life easier for the lieutenant governors. So we made a Zoom account for every division, and each lieutenant governor can use that Zoom account. And if you are new in October, you will take over that Zoom account from whoever is using it right now. Mary, would you explain what exactly happened that the board put this together for you?
Sure. Zoom is very popular right now, and there were a lot of people that were concerned that they had clubs that weren't meeting, and they were concerned they weren't able to have division council meetings. So the board decided that it would be beneficial to our lieutenant governors to each have a Zoom account. And that Zoom account is for the division. So if you want a division council meeting, you can do it over Zoom. If you have clubs that aren't meeting, but they want to meet, you know, Zoom, there's a cost to be able to have a full hour meeting, with unlimited number of people on your call. So the board decided to pay for 26 Zoom accounts. Now, we have a Zoom account at the district, and so I was able to add 9 Zoom accounts to that, and then I won't even bore you with the details. Anyway, so right now we have Zoom accounts that are being used by, I want to say 18 divisions. Not all the divisions have them. Some have their own, so they've been using their own, but come October, I set it up so that the login is Kiwanis and the password is the division. So I'll send you all that information and who currently has the account, so that you'll know who you need to talk to if you want to use it before October. No, Art and Martha have been using Division 6. Division 6 is the only one that tells me that somebody logged in from somebody else, from another computer into my account. It's the only one. If you can log into it, it doesn't tell me that anyway. Martha has it, and she's been using it. Art, I'm not so sure if he knows what he's doing. Anyway, he's not here, I can talk about it.
No,
He would probably agree. So anyway, I'll let you know who currently has a Zoom, the login. If you guys want to work with the current lieutenant governor to be able to use that, I don't have a problem with that, but I will let you all know that because it really does make it easier. And you know what? It really makes it easier for those division council meetings. But anyway, so that's the whole Zoom thing.
And some of the lieutenant governors have made it available to the individual clubs.
That's right.
With the idea that they can hold their meeting via Zoom without incurring a cost. But you need to be very firm with these individual clubs. They need to schedule ahead of time that time so that there isn't something from the division that needs to be done during that period.
Right.
And Barbara Thompson, former governor, Barbara Thompson, membership chair, Barbara Thompson, soon to be president of the world.
Former international trustee.
And our membership chair. Thank you, Carla.
Today, I'm wearing my badge that I had when I was governor, because it's been so long since I went somewhere, I couldn't find any of my other badges. So anyway, this is my former governor badge. I was governor in 2010-11. But I'm really glad to be here with you. I'm really glad to be membership coordinator. And I'm excited that you all are here, because this means that each of you is going to open a club in your division, and we will be in good shape. I wanted to add one more thing to what Mary said about the Zoom account. I have a district membership coordinator account that the district's paying half of, and Earl Collins is paying a fourth of. And anyway, but I do, there are some clubs that want to have Zoom meetings, and they don't have a Zoom account. So I let them use that. What I do is I start the meeting, I make somebody else the host, and if I have another meeting, then I can go to that one. So that's another thing you could do if you're giving everybody the password and login doesn't work for you. So we're going to talk, we're going to talk about opening new clubs and revitalizing clubs. But before we do that, I wanted to walk through some of the handouts that you got. I hope that you all got this little packet of cards that say thanks on one side. And it says, this is for you to use or for you to, thank you, so you're not seeing the thanks, okay. So this is for you to give to people when you see them doing something nice for someone else. And on here, you write, on the back it says, what does it say on the back? Something about my club is interested. Does anybody have yours open? Anyway, you can put your name and phone number on there, or the meeting time of your club. So if you're out in the community and you see somebody doing something really nice, first of all, you're thanking them. Second of all, you're inviting them to your club. And this might be something that you give some to the president of each of the clubs in your division. This packet of meet prospective members, couple of things ways you could use this as lieutenant governor. One is that you could let all the clubs know that you have a program that you could present for them, and this would be your program. So it's an interactive program, and in here there are cards that describe potential members. So when you go to the club meeting, you pass out the cards. I think there are 6. You get the club members in 6 groups. They look at the card, they read the person's profile, they talk about how could we welcome that person into our club. And we've done this actually in Florissant Valley. I don't know if Laura was there that day. But it starts people thinking about who I could invite and how would we make them welcome. And it's a nice interactive program. And so that's a way that you can talk to your clubs about membership. This magazine is
was the June, July 2019 magazine. But it talks about all the different kinds of service that we can do. So this is a magazine that you could pass on to someone to help them know about what Kiwanis does. The other benefit of this is not necessarily membership related, is it's got an extra cover. So you can take off the extra cover before you give it away. And in the back, outside cover that you will keep is your discount card for Office Max, Office Depot. And it's really a good, the copies that I made for today only cost me $2.72 with this discount card. So it's something that's worthwhile keeping for yourself, and you pass along the magazine to let people know what kind of great service that we can do. Because sometimes, do you ever talk to people and they say, well, what does Kiwanis do? I don't even know. And you can give this magazine away. Okay, so now any questions or comments so far? We're going to go to this handout on club opening. And for Kathleen and Deb, you received all of all the pages in there, and we're starting with the timeline on how to open a club. And those of you that have been through club opening, I hope that you recognize all these steps, but it could be that sometimes we don't start 2 or 3 months prior to starting the club, so you can compress this, and it does make it more intense, and it makes it a little harder to get everything done. So 2 or 3 months prior to an event. So today you have a grand idea of a club you want to open. Then we need to start working on that right away to have all the time for this. So you contact the district membership coordinator, and that's me, lieutenant governor of the division, and that's you, or maybe somebody else right now. But talk to the lieutenant governor, identify the site of the club to be open, complete the site survey. And the site survey, if you go to page 3 and 4, that's a community exploration form. That's not the site survey, but this is a good thing to do. Most of this you can do online. You can go to the name of the town and find out the recurring community events, and you can find that by looking at the local government, real estate agencies, public school system websites. You can find out what service organizations there are there. And sometimes we go, oh no, there's a Rotary Club. There's no way that we will ever be able to open a Kiwanis Club here. But think about the population. Even if there's a Rotary Club of 50 people and the population is 3,000, what's the percentage of 3,000 and 50 people is? You probably can get 20 people to join Kiwanis. So, and it's good, it provides another service organization for the town. It provides leadership and service opportunities for additional people. One of the measures of the health of a town or a city is the number of service organizations. As a matter of fact, Osceola, where Ralph and Sally Wilson lead, that's part, Sally's the mayor now, but even before she was mayor, that is part of the report that the town makes every year about its health, is what service organizations do we have and what are they doing. So don't be afraid, even if there are all of those other clubs there, if there's a Rotary Alliance, Optimus, and JC's, there's still room for a Kiwanis Club. And I often talk to the president of those other organizations and say, we're going to open the Kiwanis Club there. We're not there to compete with you. We hope we can do projects with you. And almost always, not always, almost always the person says, I'm so glad you're coming. There are people that I think would be good members, and they give suggested members.
You know, they're pretty welcoming usually. Occasionally, somebody will say, no way, this is Rotary Town, we don't want you. But normally, they are very helpful. As a matter of fact, when we did Cottleville, Woven Springs, the assistant fire chief was the president of Rotary, and he sat down with me and gave me tons of names. So it's a good thing. Population demographics, all of that is important. And on page 4, what service projects do the club undertake immediately following organization, prioritize them. So the next page is the site survey, and this is helpful to do. And when I first started opening clubs, I didn't know any of this, and so I said, well, who do we do the site survey with? And they said, every place there's a U.S. flag. What does that mean? Well, now I know it means the mayor and the school district, and, you know, but I was thinking, I don't know where all the U.S. flags are. What does that mean? You know, so anyway, and sometimes I've been able to do a site survey with all the people together, especially in a small town. The mayor often say, well, I can invite the fire chief and the police chief, and we can just all talk together in the school superintendent. So you can do that. You can talk to them individually. And then you can ask those 10 questions. I usually pick only 5 questions so that you don't take too much of their time, and some of them are kind of redundant anyway. But what this does is it gives you what you're going to talk about as you recruit new members. We are opening this Kiwanis Club in West Stockton, but Cedar County, because the mayor says the kids in this town don't have anything to do, and all they do is drive up and down the main drag and get into fights. True story, that's what he said. And people went, oh yeah, right, they need something to do, they don't have anything to do. So that happens. It has also happened to me that the mayor said, we really don't have any needs here. This is a pretty affluent community and we don't have needs. So then, what am I doing? I'm walking out the way.
You do whatever, I'll follow you.
It's all right, Mary, they don't have to see her in the view all the time. Well, yes, they do. Yes, they do. They don't want to miss seeing me. Anyway, the mayor said, we're affluent, we don't have any needs. And I went to a church then, and they said, oh, really? There's a community of homeless people that live under the bridge of Highway 270. I can show them to you. So sometimes if you have an affluent community, the poverty and the needs are hidden. The other thing is, maybe it is all affluent. And then I talk to them about leadership opportunities that the Kiwanis Club, by sponsoring a Key Club and a Circle K and Builders Club, provides leadership opportunities and growth opportunities for the students, and what an advantage it is to those kids to come out of high school knowing parliamentary procedure, knowing how to organize things, and that many universities actually have a scholarship for Key Club members. So those are some of the things that you can talk about, but the answer to those questions provides you with what you're going to talk about as you're going around and talking to potential new members. So you get the site survey done. And then you identify your sponsoring clubs. And it's become even more important to do that early because of the requirements for the sponsoring club, and that's on page 2. This came from the Kiwanis International website, and there is a portion on the Kiwanis International website when you log in under member resources. There's a portion on there about club opening. This came from there, and this is the newest and greatest. So this is what sponsoring Kiwanis clubs agree to. That at least 2 of their members will become coaches for the new club. And lots of times the sponsoring club pays the dues for those 2 years. In the past, long ago, the sponsoring club got the gong and paid for everything. That's no longer the case. Now we just ask for 2 members to be coaches. And that they also consider a gift at the chartering night, and that they do interclubs and go to the meetings as much as possible to support them. So the list is there, and you can just give that sheet to the sponsoring club when they say, well, what do we have to do? Then you've got a sheet that tells them. And another thing is that down at the bottom, it says, experience has taught us that the new club is served best if one of the club coaches become the new club's charter secretary. So somebody who would be willing to do that, and often it's the secretary of the existing club, and often that person doesn't stay as secretary for the whole year. They get it set up. The person who's going to be the secretary ongoing shadows that person's or learns how to do the secretary's report, monthly report, and things like that. And then the new person can run it. Choosing the right coaches is important because you have to have people who know a lot and also who are going to be supportive and cheerleaderish, as well as helping them to achieve things. So I always think of it as something with like 2 hands. So you've got one hand up here, and this is the goal, and the other hand is supporting that person toward the goal. So that's what we need our coaches to do. We have this year started certified coaches training, and a lot of you have attended that. How many of you have attended certified coaches training? So they're all certified coaches. The Kiwanis International has a grant for clubs. If you're building 2 or more clubs in your district at the same time, you can apply for money from Kiwanis International. They will not award that money unless you have certified coaches. This hasn't happened yet, but I expect it to happen, that when you send in the new club opening sheet, you identify the coaches. And I think the time will come that if those coaches are not certified, that the club will not be considered to be chartered. So it's important for us to get more and more people certified. And you go through training and get the manuals, and it's not magic, but it's just another way of getting more information about what it takes to be a club coach. So you get the club coaches, you set up the site in the club opening tool, and you get to the club opening tool by logging in under your home club, and then you go down and say, I want to establish a new club. And you do that in the computer. You enter the members into that new club, just like the secretary. How many of you have been club secretary? You enter the new members in just the way you enter the members in for an existing club. And even if you haven't been club secretary, if you're fairly computer literate, it's not that hard. So you set up the site in the club opening tool, and you give the club a name. And usually I just give the club the name of the town that it starts in. Later you can revise that. For example, what's the name, Linda? What's the name of the club? Greer's Ferry, but it started out being Heber Springs. So I entered Heber Springs, and then when they organized, they decided they were going to call it Greer's Ferry Lake, and so we changed the name. Same with Cedar County. It started out as Stockton, it became Cedar County. So you just give it a place name, and you can go back and change it. Okay, then you establish the dates when you're going to do this club opening. This is kind of the timeline for a blitz, where you go in 2 or 3 days and get as many members as you can, and hopefully have an organizational meeting. You can alter this. Sometimes your club opening team will say, I can't be out a week, can't be out of work for a week. So I have done this like on all the Fridays of the month. Every Friday we go out.
or every Monday we go out, or every Tuesday or whatever. So this is flexible. You don't have to do 3 days in a row. But you establish the dates, identify the team leader for all the sites. And this again is if you are doing multiples, but if it's just one, you identify club openers and coaches. The district secretary has been really good about participating. The governor and governor-elect also, the trustee, lieutenant governor. So you try to get all those people involved if they can, and some of them will be able to come one day and not another day. So it's a lot, it's a scheduling, it's a little bit of a scheduling nightmare if you have people coming in and out, but it all works. Then you have a steering committee meeting, which should be all these people, and you start planning what dates will work for you, what dates will work for you. And then you identify a person to enter data in the club opening tool. Maybe that's not going to be you. Maybe there's somebody that's really good. Maybe there's somebody that's really good on the computer that isn't even going to be here, but they are going to enter everything. So you're building this team. And then go to the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce is very helpful. In some towns, actually I'm going to a club opening next Illinois, Eastern Iowa, and I'm driving up there tomorrow. And part of the reason I'm going is that I have promises of people from Illinois coming to help us. So we hope this is all going to work out. But the town that I'm working in, there's a Chamber of Commerce, but they don't have a director. So I was able to take from the Chamber of Commerce website, I found out the board members' names and I started calling them, and one of them is a librarian and she's the communications director. And she said, whatever you need, let me know. People are really friendly. I was worried that we were going to try and make all these appointments and they weren't going to let us come in, but they're all letting us come in. They all have protocols. Some have to have masks, some don't have to have masks. Some of them are temperature taken, others they will not. We'll be social distancing when we're meeting with the people, but we have appointments and we're going to meet with lots of people in this little town called Sugar Grove. The directory may be available online, and if so, then that is golden, because then you can start calling them. And I have my favorite categories that I like to call. I like to call the school district because I have a school district background. But you know, all of the civic the mayor, the board of trustees, those are all people that are really interested in their town being strong. And so they're people that are prone to join Kiwanis. And sometimes if, you know, well, I'll talk about that later. And then you develop a spreadsheet. It's good to develop a spreadsheet that multiple people can enter into as they're making calls and as they're getting members. So Google Doc is really easy. There's also there's also a database called CP Desk that's a little more robust and easier to enter into on your phone, because the Google Doc becomes it's hard to navigate on the phone, or at least for me. I'm not really good on my phone. But CP Desk is a database where the fields come up one at a time and it's easier to enter. But either one, but you want something that everybody that's an opener can get to. You order your club opening kit, and you do that online in the club opening tool. And you need to do that at least 2 or 3 weeks before the opening event. And in that will come all the membership forms and the literature that you can pass out as you're talking to people. So then you determine when you think you're going to start and have a training for everyone, and determine when that will be. Try to pick out your meeting location. If you're doing this all in 1 week, you usually have Thursday night as your organizational meeting, but try to determine when you're going to have the organizational meeting, and that's when the club officially opens.
And you elect officers and they adopt the bylaws and they plan when they're going to start meeting. And then you go on down, if it's a 1 day, if it's a 1 week event, you finalize your teams. You try to have at least 3 teams of 2 for each location for 3 days. And that's the ideal. In reality, it doesn't happen because people have lives and they can come Tuesday, but they can't come Wednesday, and they can come Thursday morning, but not any other time. So you just make this team because they're all helping and they're all interested in getting the club open. And then you finish making appointments. The night before you start, you conduct training. Sometimes you conduct training several times because some people can come one night and can come another night. And then on the day of the event, you go out in teams. And what I really, really like to do, and I find it helpful, is the teams change at noon. So you meet somewhere and you debrief at noon and you switch the teams. Because as you go out with different people, you learn more and you see different approaches, and it just helps your growth as a club opener. And then you have the organizational meeting and follow up by the lieutenant governor and club coach. At least one coach attends each meeting for 2 years. And so that's why it's good to have 2 coaches. I think in Cedar County, it's my understanding that both coaches have attended every meeting. Now, what we're finding out though is that clubs falter in year 4 or 5, not in the first 2 years. So I think that MOARC should be the leader and figure out a strategy for supporting our new clubs in their 4th and 5th year when the coaches may or may not stay. Some coaches stay as members forever, and that's a big help. But put on your thinking caps and try to come up with ways that we can support our new clubs years 4 and 5. And I see that from KI research, but I see it playing out in our clubs. For example, Benton that is folded. I don't know if Brad's still on.
Brad's still on. Yes.
When was Benton chartered? Do you know?
It was 4 years ago.
Yeah, so see it, no, it's Benton, Missouri. Yeah, the Bentonville and downtown Rogers didn't make it that long, but it's very typical for them to make it for 4 years. So we're gonna solve that problem. Okay. I want to go to now page 6. Somebody, probably you, is going to have to call and get appointments with people. And in Heber Springs, it happened that you all knew a lot of those people, right, Linda? So that was easier to make appointments when they knew people. Ron Hill was on that team. Ron Hill has long arms that reach across all of Arkansas. He has coached kids for 50 years. And the kids that he coached love him. And so he's got a lot of connections. And so that was really helpful in making those appointments. But often you're calling people you don't know. So here are 2 templates for making appointment calls. And I'm just going to give you the theory behind them, and you can look at the ones that you like the best. The theory behind making an appointment call is, first of all, you call and you want to build some kind of rapport with this person that you've never met and just talking to them on the phone. And that's, so you don't have much time, but you try to be really friendly. I always do research. If there's research available, I look the person up on, if it's a company, I look it up on the website. If it's a person, I check on LinkedIn and often find the person on LinkedIn so that I have some frame of reference and I can talk to them about something that, well, I understand this is a family-owned company. You've been in business for 25 years. How is it working for a family-owned company? And then I ask the question there, have you ever heard of Kiwanis? If yes, how? If they have heard of Kiwanis, that's golden. They might have gotten a Kiwanis scholarship, they might have played on a T-ball team, they might have been in Key Club in high school, any of those, even just knowing that there was a Kiwanis. Another thing that's golden is my dad was the president of Kiwanis. Oh my goodness, those people are so interested in Kiwanis. But anyway, so I will stop tripping over. Thank you. Yeah, because I keep tripping over. Thank you so much. I know. Okay, so have you heard of Kiwanis? Yes or no? Either way, you say, well, Kiwanis is a 100-year-old organization, we're a service organization, we focus on serving children. And I'd like to have a 10-minute appointment next week. We're in your town, we're going to be opening a new club. I'd like to find out from you. So you're first of all asking them for their expertise. What are the needs of the community? And I'd like to share with you about Kiwanis. And you need to get both those two ideas across. Because I've been on club opening events where I went on an appointment and the person said, well, the woman who called and made this appointment said you had grant money. I thought you were coming to give us money. Oh, well, not maybe. You know, I thought something, that was my biggest surprise that they thought I was bringing money. But anyway, things like that happen. So you need to say, I want to find out what the community needs. 1, 2, I want to share with you about Kiwanis. So that's one template for appointment calls. And the second one was written by Eileen Stewart, who is a paralegal with David Bailey in Siloam Springs. Siloam Springs, I never can say it right. Anyway, she wrote this. We were doing a blitz in Dentonville and Rogers. And David was supposed to call for appointments. And he didn't have time because he's a lawyer and he was in court all day. And so his assistant said, David, you look really stressed. What's wrong? He said, I'm supposed to make 20 appointments today and I'm going to be in court all day. And she said, no problem, I'll do that. So she, who's not in Kiwanis, wrote this script. She had a background in sales and she made 20 appointments in one day. I mean, that's amazing. And what she did was, small town, she had the yellow pages. And so she started calling through the yellow pages and she looked at the yellow page ad and knew something about the company and she called them. She said one person she called, somehow she said, well, how long have you been here? And he said, oh, I've only been here 5 years because I came here from Chicago. She said, I did too. Where did you live? They lived in the same neighborhood, 2 streets apart. So that was her way of building rapport with him. And when he answered the phone, she asked for the owner or manager, and he said, they're not here. After they found out they were from the same neighborhood in Chicago, he said, oh, well, I am the owner. So you got to build some rapport. And he ended up actually making the appointment and joining. So on the second page of this script are some answers to some common objections to letting you come in and have 10 or 15 minutes of their time. I'm too busy. So here's a response you could give, another response. And finally, if you can't make an appointment, appreciate your time. Do you know anybody in the community that's interested in youth and children that I could call? The next page is a club opening team checklist, and it really goes over that you need to practice the script for club opening, but also that you meet at noon to debrief over lunch. And those conversations at noon over lunch, you find out a lot of valuable information. Well, I talked to so-and-so and he said, go here. And then somebody else will say, yeah, somebody else told me that too. So you've got two people that have recommended someone, and that is goal that you're going to make an appointment. And you might even call and make an appointment during lunch. So on page 10 is a sample script for inviting a person to join Kiwanis. And the first club I ever opened was when John Hawkins was governor and I was lieutenant governor, and John said, you all need to open a club. So I thought that I really need to open a club, and so I started, and it took more than a year, but we finally got it open, and the club is still in existence. But I didn't have any training, so I made lots of mistakes. I still make lots of mistakes, but now they're informed mistakes. So here's a sample script for inviting a person to join Kiwanis. First of all, the approach. And you can talk about anything except Kiwanis. So this is what I do. When I go in, I look around and I try to find something that I can tell the person's interested in. If there's a golf tee there, if there's a picture of grandkids, although if you see a picture of kids, don't say, oh, are those your grandkids? Because I've done that and they were the kids. And so then I had already insulted them. So, you know, you just say, oh, whose kids are those? They're so cute. And what it looks like they're playing softball or swimming. You go to, you know, that gives you something to talk about. And try not to think of it as being manipulative, because what I try to think of is this person is going to become a Kiwani and is going to become my new best friend. And I really am interested in knowing about the kids and grandkids. So then we ask the question, what do they know about Kiwanis? Don Canaday, who is a past international president, he doesn't use this script. The only thing he uses is, I go in, I introduce myself, I say, what do you know about Kiwanis? And that answer guides the rest of the conversation. But when the person tells you what they know about Kiwanis, they say they've heard of it, but they don't know exactly what it is. You know, it's not a quiz. You're not trying to get a specific answer. You're just trying to start a conversation so you can tell about it being an organization that serves you. But then you still want that person to be talking. So you say, what are you interested in with, what do you like to do with youth? How do you like to serve youth? If they have kids, then what do you do with your kids? If it's cooking or hiking or whatever. If the person is really interested in animals, then, you know, it might maybe teaching kids about how to be nice to animals, or maybe they're even into service animals. So you are trying to make a connection of how is this person interested in serving kids and how does that translate into Kiwanis. So after you find out what their interest is, then you can tell them about 1 or 2 or 3 of the programs. But the goal is that the person that you're talking to talks more than you do. And after every call that I make, I always reflect and I get back to the car, how much did I talk? And usually it's too much. You're trying to get to know about that person. And as Kiwanians, we're also proud of our service projects, that it's really easy for us to talk on and on, but we're not finding out what they're interested in and why they might want to, join Kiwanis. If they opened a new club in Riverton, Illinois, and one woman I met said, oh, I've been waiting for somebody to come and ask me that. I want to do blessing boxes. I had no idea what blessing boxes were, but now I know that the mini food pantries are like the mini food pantries. But I said, oh, that's great. You know, and she told me where she saw them and what they had in them. And I said, so if you join Kiwanis, then when you come to the first meeting, you can present that. You cannot promise that person that if they love blessing boxes, that the Kiwanis Club's going to do that. They're going to present that at the meeting, but then they've got a service project. And the Riverton Club, as a matter of fact, started blessing boxes. And right after they formed, the COVID hit. And they ended up feeding the town through those blessing boxes. The town coalesced around them, gave them money, and they kept food in the blessing boxes. Plus, the president had a party store. He had no business, so he made the party store one big food pantry. And they just really saved the town. And so you talk about what they're interested in and how they can, that's great because you've got a service project and that's what club wants to do. And so you'll talk to them about doing that project. At the bottom is the Rochford three-step close. And I learned that from Jim Rochford, who's opened probably thousands of clubs. And he has, when he goes to talk to someone about joining, they almost always join. So I learned this close from him. First of all, after you've talked about Kiwanis and how valuable it is, on the next page is a sample petition. And I like to use these petitions as I talk to people. But in this petition, you fill out the date and the town, and they're saying that they think having a Kiwanis club in that town is a good idea. You have them sign. And then, this is what Jim does, and I learned that it helped me increase my chances of signing up. Then he said, here's how you do it. And hand the form to Patsy, and Patsy starts filling it out. Like magic. I always said, would you like to join Kiwanis? So you don't ask a question that have an answer. I just assume that she's going to join and hand her the form and a pen if needed. Although now that it's COVID, I guess I won't be handing people pens. I don't know. We'll have to find out next week. But and then if she starts filling out the form, don't talk while she's filling out the form. And if you've got a TeamTube, it is so tempting to start a conversation with your teammate or with this person, and the person can't concentrate on filling out the form, and they stop and start talking, and you might not get the form filled out. So do not talk while the person's filling out the form. And it's a short form, so it doesn't take very long. And then after they fill out the form, then you tell them about the dues. Now, if during the conversation, the person says, yeah, I want to join, what are the dues? I don't say, oops, that's not that step yet, I can't tell you. I tell them what the fee is going to be. But this all follows the psychology of sales. How many of you have been in sales? So you know this better than I do, I'm learning all this. But the psychology of sales is increasing commitment. And now that I know that, I notice how salespeople do that. You know, they say, well, so how much are you paying for car insurance now? Because that draws you into a conversation. Well, here, what we're doing is increasing the level of commitment. First step is, do you think a Kiwanis Club's a good idea here? Yes, fill out the petition. Second step, here's how you join. Fill out the form. Third step, the fee is. So it's increasing commitment, which you all in sales know. So that is how you invite a person to join Kiwanis. And the last pages are the organizational things that you need to do when you have the organizational meeting. You have to have at least 15 people. There's a new requirement. They have to be 15 new members. You can't have dual members of the first 15. So your coaches will be 16 and 17. And that's a new rule that just started April 1st. Yeah, so this is a agenda that has a blank for everything that goes into the bylaws that they need to fill out. So you can use this, but it's also good to have a copy of the bylaws. And I always like to have a temporary secretary of one of the new members and another person that fills out that agenda. So I've got 2 copies of what they decided on, because lots of times the person who's taking the notes misses a line or two, and then you don't know what the don't have a record of what the decision was, and this goes into the bylaws, so it's important. So you can use that at the organizational meeting, and it's good to keep a record of where everything happened. And then also at the organizational meeting, you elect the officers, and you try to elect all of the officers, but you have to get at least the president and secretary elected, because you have to turn them in to Kiwanis International as proof that the club organized. And then there's an agenda for the first board meeting. So at the board meeting, they need to decide where they're going to bank, who are the signatories going to be, where they're going to meet, and they can change all of that. Committees are going to have, so that they can get started. And also they authorize payment for the fees to Kiwanis International, for the fee for Form 8976. Do you all know what Form 8976 is? It's an IRS form, and clubs are required to fill it in within 60 days of starting. And if you don't, there's an IRS fee. And the longer that you wait, the longer the higher the fine is. So actually, before the club is considered completed now, you have to have Form 8976 submitted, and you have to have record of submission, and you send that to Kiwanis International. You have to have your EIN, and you have to send that to Kiwanis International. So there are several steps. You get the club opening form filled out, you send in the bylaws, you send in the roster, you send in the money, you send in proof of Form 8976, and you send in the EIN, which is the equivalent of a social security number for a business. So that information goes on page 17. That's the information you submit when you finish the new club. So that is new club opening. Are you overwhelmed? It is overwhelming. So keep this packet. If you have questions, call me. But you know, the best way to learn is to do. And so as we are having new club openings, I will send out emails to all the lieutenant governors and invite you to the club opening. This is a good way to get the experience, to give you the confidence to start your own club openings. We're also going to.
Barb, this is Brad. Can I chime in with just a couple of quick observations?
Yes, please.
Adding to it and all. Where a lieutenant governor can also play a big part, as Barb mentioned, is after the club has been officially opened and all. And so one of the things I want to encourage you to do is to make sure that you set up a visits with the new club president or people from their board to go and visit the other clubs in the division if they're within geographical distance to drive to, so that they can see how other clubs frame their meetings and operate and those types of things. They'll get a lot. And in return, you also then want to set up inter clubs so that the other clubs in your division, if they're within geographical driving distance, can come to this new club meeting so that they have a continual retinue of veteran Kiwanians to sort of cheer them on and be there. Obviously, they'll be counting mainly on their two club coaches, but it's always great to see some other friendly Kiwanis faces there and all. And then lastly, in my way of considering things, I believe that any club that opens during your year and your division, that's one of your babies. That's your legacy going onward. And one way to help combat against what Barb was pointing out, that we lose clubs between 4 and 5 years like Benton, is for you to be checking in with them on a regular basis. And I expect that any clubs that open throughout the district during this coming year are Carla's babies, and she'll be checking with you or checking directly with the clubs to see how they're doing. We are, putting so much effort into opening a club. We want to make sure that they stay around. And so we want them to be checked in upon by, I'm sure Barb will be doing it as district membership coordinator, but also Carla, yourself, if they're in your division, and even all the way up to the international president. To me, if it opens during your year, you're responsible for checking in with them and seeing if there's anything we can do to help them along the way. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you very much. Plus, there's this opportunity to meet new people and make new Kiwanis friends. How many of you count as among your best friends, people that you know through Kiwanis? You count as your best friends, people you know through Kiwanis. Yeah, so I also find that I become friends quicker with Kiwanians. I think it's because of that bond of service and the work that we're doing. But think about you would have fewer friends if you weren't in Kiwanis. I mean, a lot of your really good friends are Kiwanians. And so these new people in this new club, they're probably going to be become some of your very best friends. And so you'll want to go see them. You'll want to be checking on them. Okay, so we are going to do a little interactive activity now, and I'd like for you to pair up in twos all around the room, and you're going to use this script to invite someone to join Kiwanis. So use the script, you can read it if you want, but you're going to spend about 5 minutes, so it'll be a total of 10 minutes for each of you to invite the other person to join Kiwanis. I'd like to ask you, if you're the person being asked to join, to give at least one objection. And there are 3 main objections. Not enough time, not enough money, I'm overcommitted. So you have to be prepared to answer those. And I'll tell you one that I use all the time is that people are busy and they're always saying, I don't have enough time or I'm overcommitted. And so my answer now is, oh, that's, Kiwanis is perfect for you then. Because in Kiwanis, you have a team of people and you may not have a lot of time, but Les, if you have an hour and I have an hour and Marcia has an hour, 3 hours, and we can do some good in the community then. It's only taking you an hour. So, or even maybe you're just going to support and do something at home, but by joining together, we're making a difference in the community. That's the way I respond to that. So the other thing is on the money. You can talk about making payments over time, or sometimes if the person, and I can tell sometimes if the person really doesn't have much money, I say, well, maybe we can find a sponsor for you. Could you pay X amount? And I'll see if I can get the other amount sponsored. Often there is a person who joins who says, I don't have a lot of time, but I can make donations. And I say, would you sponsor so-and-so? And they say yes. And sometimes I sponsor them for years. But I always try to get the last one in Cedar County. There was a woman, and I said, well, could you pay $10? Yeah, she paid $10. So she paid $10, got a sponsor for her. And then I talked to the club about seeing if she could pay $10 a month, which isn't a lot of money, and then she'd have her dues. But those are ways I answer those questions. Okay. So decide who's going to be the interviewer and who's going to be the new potential new member. And okay, it's 11:38 on my watch. 11:48, we're going to stop. So 5 minutes for each person. Go ahead and sign up those new members.
I guess you all can take a break, or maybe you want to talk to each other about how you want to bring up each other.
Ralph and Kathleen, can you talk to each other and use the script to invite each other to something that you want? I don't know. Can you hear each other, Kathleen and Ralph? I thought that maybe Kathleen and Ralph to talk about the script. Do you know what the script is that we're looking at? Okay, second conversation done. How many of you recruited a new member? I don't know either, no. How many, who else recruited a new member? How many of you got new members? Okay, great. Just want to look at all these new members. I want to tell you another story on myself, and then we're going to move on. With this new club that I worked on for John Hoffman was in Rittner, and so one day I didn't have a partner, so I asked Rex Rosine, who's was a former member of the Richmond Club, and he had been a recruiter professionally. And he said, I'll go with you, but I'm too old now and I can't think fast enough to respond. But I will coach you after each call. And I will write suggestions. And he did. He would send me pages and pages after each. He would go home and write it up and send it to the computer. Anyway, we went to this one place and I said, you know, we want to help the children of the community. And this guy said to me, the owner of the company, listen, I pay taxes in this community and I send my children to parochial school and I pay their tuition. If you think that I'm going to do something to help public school kids, that's on their parents. And I went, okay, thank you for your time. And I zoomed out the door. And so Rex came out and got in the car and he said, you never asked him if he wanted to join. And I said, you're right, I didn't.
That's actually the most rude thing that's ever happened to me, and I survived and got up the next morning. But all I could think of was to run out the door. Couldn't think of anything. I don't blame you, I would too. But that really is the only time that anyone has been negative. So, I hope that you had a good experience on this. And the reason I want you to do that is that you have some practice before you go out. Because the first time I went out, I got to the call and I couldn't think of it. I couldn't even spell forms. I couldn't think of a thing to say, you know, and so practicing ahead of time and having some words in your mouth is good. On the very back of this handout is no, it's not. Somewhere in here, it talks about if you sign up somebody who's a former SLP, they don't pay anything for the first year, and then they only have to pay for the magazine and for the insurance the second year. A lot of clubs will pay that for them. So that's probably in the revitalization. So let's talk now, let's go now to the club revitalization packet. And it has a cover on it from Mid-Year Education Day last year. We got to have one, and I ran off a whole bunch of copies because I didn't know we weren't going to have more. I didn't know the COVID was coming. So I just used these copies to save the district money. But if you look on page 1, we start at the beginning with, is everybody in the club revitalization packet now on page 1? The future of your club is in membership so that you can continue your amazing service. We all joined, or I did, a lot of people do, join to do service. I didn't really join thinking about I was going to recruit new members. That was not on my radar. But we have to do that so that we can continue our service and so that our clubs can continue. So that's why this needs to be a picture of you and anybody that you can talk about, because this is you as a detective and you are always out looking for new members. And really you want your club to be that way too. And thinking of ways to make it enjoyable and something natural. So on the page 1, it talks about using division council meeting as a place to talk about membership and having the club share. How are you getting new members? And sometimes there'll be cross-pollination because they will have run into somebody in your community who wants to join Kiwanis. And actually, lots of, you know, we just did Earl Collins Foundation scholarships, not as many as in the past, but those parents are often good prospects. And actually a parent called me, she didn't know where to send her scholarship, and I told her, and I said, you know, this was down your Cabot. You might want to, you want to contact the Cabot Club. And I said, and would you be interested in joining? She said, yes, I just didn't know where to go. You know, so you run across people in other other activities. So on page 2 is how growth tips for your club. And the tool that you can use to help your club are what we call ACE tools, Achieving Club Excellence tools. And this is from the handout over there on coaching an existing club. You are coaching an existing club in your division, and that club is struggling, losing members. Recommend to them that they do one of the ACE tools, and you can find them on the Kiwanis or website by typing in ACE tools. There are 10 ACE tools, and for each ACE tool, it identifies a problem that completing that tool will help you find the answer to. So I really recommend using the ACE tool if you're going to help a club revitalize. Mary and I are going to work on revitalizing the club, and Patsy, we're going to work on revitalizing the club. Well, the first conversation was, I don't know what's wrong with all these people, but they aren't good Kiwanis and they don't want to join Kiwanis and, you know, the whole world is bad and they don't want to join our club. Is that a good summary?
But that was kind of it, yeah. Yeah, I can tell you.
Yeah, Patsy, sorry. So, we want to have a conversation with them about doing an ACE tool to see what are some things we can do. If you're revitalizing a club, in my experience, you need to find out what they're willing to change. And if they think that everything they're doing is wonderful and the whole world outside that won't join that's wrong, that's an obstacle, and we have an obstacle. But we have to find out, what are you willing to change? Are you willing to change when you meet, where you meet, how you meet? If you picked up the young professional, attracting young professionals, that will tell you young professionals are not interested in traditional meetings. They're not interested in coming to sing. They are not interested in the traditional programs and everything. They are interested in service. They are interested in doing service. I see a lot of you nodding your heads. So what do you need to do in your club to make it attractive for them? And it might mean a lot of changes, and it might be giving up some things that you find really dear, but you probably hold your club as being really dear, and you don't want to lose the club, so you might have to make some changes. I had a friend who, she was in a church and they were losing members, and she said, we've got to keep young people in here, and we have to paint the steeple purple. That's what we need to do. So the metaphor I always think of is paint the steeple purple. If young people like purple steeples, paint the steeple purple, and let's get them into church. Let's get them into Kiwanis. So find out what they're willing to change, and the ACE tools will give some clues as to things that might they might change. On page 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 are there are 12 membership drives that you can have, and it's just some fun ideas. And I always say, oh, I don't want to do competition. We shouldn't have to do competition. How many new members did we get in that district membership competition? Was it 174?
The membership competition was, yeah, it was about 174. And then in the new member drive we got 200 and something.
Right.
So they come in and go in.
Right. So don't dismiss membership campaigns. We've got 2 examples in Mohawk that have been very successful. On page 8, this is from Paul Palazzolo, who was Kiwanis International President in 2009 and 10. These are 10 effective strategies for a club and keeping it vital. On page 10 is how to use the club opening timeline for a club strengthening event, which we plan, Mary and Patsy and I, maybe if we can get somebody from the club to go with us. And I would recommend that you have people from the club go with you if you're going to go out boots on the street, because I have done otherwise, brought in new members for this other club, and the new members went to one meeting and never went back. So you've got to have the club have skin in the game. On page 11, I got this from the Nebraska, Iowa Kiwanis membership coordinator. It's a letter that he sends out to people that they're going to call on, telling them we're going to come call on you about joining Kiwanis and why you want to join. The rest of the packet is the same scripts that were in the new club opening packet. There's a potential invitation that you can use, but you can use other invitations too if you decide to have an open house. Corporate memberships. This is, you got a handout explaining that. So a corporate membership, the company is the one who owns the membership, and they assign different people, but only one member at a time. It's not like the whole club comes. But it is, when I like to use it is with banks, because banks have revolving bank managers. But I never open with a corporate membership. I never say, you're a big company, you could go do a corporate membership. I only get there if that comes up, because we really want individual members and maybe have 3 members from that company. Page 17 talks about the new member dues for SLP members. The U.S. Army recruiters, we now no longer have that program where they pay for a recruiter to join a new club or a club. But if you get an Army recruiter and they are interested in joining because they like to work with young people and are very effective, they still can use their marketing money to pay the dues. If you can convince the leader of the air, I can't remember what the leader's called, the local U.S. Army recruiting command, they have the money. So I see Carlos coming toward me, but that was the last page. So we are done.
Awesome.
Thank you, and we're gonna take our lunch break. Please stand, please use the restrooms, please grab whatever you want for lunch. And we will be moving around a bit, taking our stretch time. By 12:28, you need to be seated again because we're gonna have half of our lunch where we're gonna have bread. Half of our lunch where we have to have bread, where we are pleased to have Brad do a presentation for a half hour while we finish. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 very small pieces of business and one of them is walking out of the room. Okay, AC needed to speak with everyone for just a moment. Don't trip on the cord, sir. And then, Brad, we are going to take a 5-minute piece of information about Beatrice Johnson Kiwanis Youth Camp, and then we'll be ready for you, sir.
All righty.
I'll stand right here. Listen up, folks. We got a candidate that's running for Kiwanis International Vice President. And
Have we ever met her?
No. She said no, in the corner, just doing this number. I'm here to tell you, she needs money. It takes money to run a campaign. And I think I can tell you, the board voted yesterday to pay up to $2,000 to help her. What I want you to do, of course, if you want to pay cash and check today, we'll pay it. But I really want you to go back to your club and the clubs in your division and ask them to make a donation, send the money to Mary, secretary, and she'll put it in the proper account, and we'll get it to Barb. If she's going to be successful, it's going to take money. And she is representing MOAR, and we are MOAR. So anything you can do, anything you can encourage the club and division to do, will be appreciated. And I'm not going to get people to do it. Who's next?
What was
MA funds.
What was the name again?
Yeah, we should have never figured that out.
Okay, and then we have Joe Pearson here with us. He's going to give us a quick piece of information about Beatrice Johnson Kiwanis Youth Camp. And this is our camp for MOARC. And I want to make sure that everybody does know about it and know that it's available and know how awesome it is.
Thank you. It is the property of MOARC, and it does belong to all of you. It's an asset that we have that's worth quite a bit of money and growing every year as we continue to develop it and add on to it. COVID obviously hit us just like everything else, but we were really growing. We had doubled the amount of kids we served the year before COVID. So we're hoping to get back to that. And the one thing I want to give you is our website, which is Camp with a K, Camp Kiwanis, Moar, MOAR.org. And if you'll go there, you can see pictures of the camp, you can kind of read the history of it. And you can see a video that I'm very, very proud of. Russellville High School, one of our local high schools, comes out every year and does a big day camp. And the last year they came out before COVID, they brought out their East Lab. They used a drone. They did all kinds of video footage of the camp. And then they edited it and put it all together. And they gave a very professional video to us by our students that visited our camp. Super proud of that. So go to that website and get all the information you need. We're open to any nonprofits, key clubs, any of that. If you think it's too far, it may be right now, but it may not. I mean, we're getting camps from further away. We finally gotten Conway out, which is a couple hours away. And we're growing the number of Boy Scout troops that are starting to use it. They're traveling from further away. We have primitive camping, and then we have water and electric available at our pavilion. And we now have a permanent restroom facility. So check it out. And that website's great. Just check that out. And my number is on there. You can call to schedule either a tour or schedule a group to use the camp.
And that is MOAR, A-R, not A-R-K?
Yes, MOAR.
A-R, okay. Thank you. Okay, so we're only about 5 minutes late, sir. Brad Boyd, please take over.
All righty, thanks so much. Well, when in lieu of being there in person, which I would prefer, I made the piece.
Hold on, Brad, you're muted.
He's not muted.
Let's figure you out.
They were having conversation and I turned it down.
Oh.
Sorry, Brad.
Mary has fixed
That's
that.
okay.
Thank you.
That's okay. What I was saying was that in lieu of being there with you in person, which I would prefer, I made a peace offering and said that perhaps I could share this presentation. That's an evergreen presentation, meaning that I keep adding to it or changing it up as I stumble across more ideas and all. But I thought that might be helpful for all of you. I haven't shared it with the other Lieutenant Governor groups, but it's a, back in grade school, we called it show and tell. Well, this is a show and share session on membership. And so I started out with just 7 slides back in March of 2020 when the pandemic hit. And I started on a little listening tour, as I mentioned earlier, about 300 some clubs and all. And so I've been gathering ideas from clubs, from Key Club and CKI kids, from shows that I DVR, magazine articles that give me an idea or whatever. And so you're not going to get the full-blown presentation in person because that would take too long. I'm going to do the shortened club version when I do a club visit as their guest speaker. But I did send, I think, to Carla the entire presentation, and it actually has notes on it, which if you go into the PowerPoint notes view, except for some of the newer slides where I've gotten lazy and haven't added commentary, there should be commentary. So you could take this and make it your own, or you could just do one section. It's growing into such a beast that I've divided into 5 building blocks for club success. And so you could actually take one of those if you have a club in your division that's struggling with how to do an online fundraising event. You could take out that module, or you could do one on membership, and it would just provide some quick food for thought for all of them. So I'm going to share my screen.
And this piece that Brad's doing is just a piece of it, but the entire PowerPoint presentation is going to be on the drive that I give you. And I also converted it to PDF. So if you don't have PowerPoint, you still have access.
Wonderful. Thank you. So, as I got to thinking about this whole thing and trying to come up with a theme for this whole little talk and everything, I got to hearkening back to my childhood and remembering all the Lincoln Logs and Tinker toys I played with. Anybody there in the room ever have any Tinker toys? I'm sure the kids today would prefer to have video, but there was a Gordon Tinker back in the day, and they still are making them, although I think you'd probably have to go to Amazon to purchase Tinker toys. And as I said, the kids would rather have a video game, but at any rate, the thrust of all this discussion that we're going to have, this show and share, is really the fact that we just need to keep tinkering. If you want to keep a vibrant organization, if you want to grow your membership, if you want to add new clubs and new vicinities, if you want to strengthen the existing clubs to be more relevant to the community needs, those types of things, we've got to keep tinkering with it at the club level, at the division level, at the district level, and up to KI. So I welcome any and all comments, thoughts, whatever that you might have to help us improve the organization. And so a lot of it's just going to be trial and error and seeing throwing stuff at the wall. But I think that right now we're in this moment where we have a little bit more of a captive audience. And so perhaps we can get more of their attention. Right now, with Zoom meetings, you can, invite your faculty advisors, and they don't have to drive 20 minutes over and 20 minutes back to your meeting. They could come on for a half hour, 45-minute, or school principals, superintendents, any and everybody in your community that has to do with anything to do with children and youth. Invite them to the club meetings, and if once you add them to the mailing list or distribution list of your weekly email or whatever, they can always unsubscribe if they find that they're not really interested in looking at it. But they might just see something in your newsletters that sparks them to come on to a club meeting. So, good riddance for 2020. So glad that's behind us and all. I had huge hope, as I mentioned earlier today, that this catchphrase of 2020 vision, I had mentioned to my governors last year, I think AC was amongst them, where I said, let's make this the soaring 20s. That was in like October, November, December of 2019 as we started that year. And then in March, everything sort of came crashing down with the pandemic and all. But I do believe that we still can make these the soaring 20s. We just had a little bit of a 14-month blip in terms of making things happen. And that just makes us a little bit more hungry to see what we can do to redouble our efforts. And so the first area that I get into the first couple are ones that I think most clubs do a pretty good job of, but I call it club cohesiveness and vitality, that type of thing. And so one of the ideas, I came across this in an article a few weeks ago, actually, and added it in there, is that remember back when we met in person, and some of you are back to meeting in person with your clubs, but you always had someone that you anointed sort of that Walmart door greeter that got there a little bit early and invited guests, welcomed them and said hello to the members as they came in and everything. Well, equally so, you could do the same with Zoom assignments. So particularly for clubs, I've visited several clubs that maybe have 20 or 30 members, and there's only a hardcore of 8 to 12 that are showing up for Zoom meetings. And so perhaps people are burnt out on Zoom. That's probably a fairly common thing, but this might be a way to reel in some of those folks that aren't darkening your airwaves with Zoom. And so ask someone to be that welcomer to come on early, or ask someone to be that cheerleader. You heard me earlier with my clackers and having some fun with that. Someone to be the cheerleader, maybe someone that's tasked with working the chat box and trying to throw some interesting questions in there, or some things to sort of get the speaker to share a little bit more. And maybe someone at the end to be sort of the closer to do a review of what action items are coming up, future calendar of events, those types of things, maybe promising to get the recording of the meeting out to those that weren't able to attend, that sort of thing. So again, you could make some assignments on Zoom. I threw this up earlier when you did your getting to know one another. A lot of clubs I've found are wanting to spend a little bit more time with members getting to know one another. And I think that's wonderful to do. And so actually the Northwest Indie Club, Barb is a member of that club. They meet every Thursday morning, and she gets going because they start at 7:30 my time, but it's 6:30 Barb's time, and she's there religiously every week. But they decided in October the board voted to, instead of having a guest speaker the first meeting of the month, they have a spotlight of 2 members that come on. And so these are just some prompts that I developed that you could perhaps throw out to them for consideration to get some interesting discussion going. We actually used it last week in Kansas for their introductions, and it was very enlightening to learn more about one another. This came from a Parade magazine that I found back on January 6th in my Sunday paper. And I thought it was interesting because it's just an article that goes through what are the pandemic era trends. But the reason I include it here, and I think if you look at the list of trends, you'll probably relate to several of those, is that if you're looking to bring in new members to your club or to the clubs in your division, why not give the public what they want? Heck, it might even get more of your regular members to come onto a Zoom call. So instead of having someone boring like Brad Boyd speak to them, go on and get somebody that maybe can talk about, you know, how to work out from your home if they're used to going to the gym, or perhaps someone, I'm always intrigued on jigsaw puzzles. Do you work from the outside in or inside out, or how does that work? But here are just a lot of topics that whoever is coming up with programs for future meetings and all might want to give these some considerations. This I really like because the North Suburban St. Paul Club, they do some concession stands. They have a trailer, and so this is on the side, but they also publish it as a printed piece. And it very succinctly tells you that they've given more than $2 million over the years to about 46 different charities of choice. And so the reason I like it is that I find too many clubs being apologetic. I hear clubs that will tell me, oh, we only give away 2 scholarships and they're only $250 each. And then I'll ask, well, how many years have you been giving those? And they're like, 42 years. And I'm like, oh, so you've given away 84 scholarships. And what's that total aggregate amount? Or how many years have you had a Key Club, and how many kids have come through that, or Action Club, or any of the other SLPs and all? We've got to start thumping our chest, patting ourselves on the back, and singing from the rooftops all these wonderful things that we're doing. So either ask your club treasurer or anoint someone to be your club historian or archivist, but keep track of those things. Right now, it just hit me over the weekend. I saw on Facebook several posts about scholarships, because this is the season when a lot of clubs do that. And so I'm going to be working with my crew next week to see if we couldn't put into the secretary's report a special question for the next month or two to have clubs report how many scholarships they give and what's the total amount. And that way, wouldn't it be cool to see throughout all of the Kiwanis-verse how much in aggregate we are doing every year to support and spotlight and help future scholars in our local communities. Lastly, I think there's a great opportunity, and particularly with Zoom or with the hybrid mode of in-person and Zoom, I think it's even easier to pull together a panel discussion. And so I've did this with the Downtown Club, and they're still doing it like 11 years later, of having a summit on children and youth, or actually I sort of drilled down deeper, and Barb as a former assistant superintendent would be great, you know, do a panel discussion on what's the state of education in our community. That is our lane. That is really our tunnel vision, is all about helping children and youth, and we're embedded in schools. And so why not have a discussion where you bring a broad array of people, obviously a superintendent or a deputy mayor who's concerned about education, but get someone from the Educational Foundation, get that 8th grade girl who was elected student council president, get the young man who is involved with the PTA or PTO at his kids' schools, any of that, but just get a good cross section. And you can go out onto Google or one of those platforms and, you know, find out how many kids don't have meals on the weekend, or how many of them don't have proper winter clothing or a coat when it turns cold, and things like that. I want to pivot to greater community awareness, and these are a few ideas. So over on your left, you'll see the Cheyenne Club, one of the largest in the world, spotlights a different member every week on Facebook with hashtag Meet Us Monday. I'd probably do hashtag Kiwanis Meet Us Monday, but they're doing a great job of letting people in their community. So they post it on their site, they send it all to their members, and then their members forward it to their Facebook friends and everything. And it just makes you realize after a while that Kiwanis is comprised of a lot of movers and shakers in the community, a lot of civic and business leaders. So it's an organization that you want to get involved with. Over on the right-hand side, I love this from the San Diego area. This club uses Instagram, or I think the cool kids now call it just Insta. But you can very easily see this is a picture says 1,000 words. I don't like group shots usually, but here you can tell that they sorted 11,205 pounds of produce for a food bank and all. Isn't that an awesome amount? So they ask one person from the club every Monday through Friday to dig out a photo from the Facebook page or the website or your district site or KI or something off their own phone of either some service projects or their events, those types of things, and tell the community a little bit more about what Kiwanis is all about. I'm a big fan of, I do a little intermittent jogging, walking type thing when it's nice weather, and I love coming across these kindness rocks and everything. And so they can either be here to sort of fill in a barren area of a community. There's more people out now, you know, biking and walking and pushing baby strollers and things like that. And so it's so fun to see it. I mean, you could even have your SLP kids paint the logos for Key Club or Action Club onto the stones and everything. But you also could go and ask the public library whether you could put these in their gardens leading up to the front door of the library, or do that at one of the schools that you're involved with and all. And the reason I mention it is because right from Moark, you have there in Kirksville, Ashley and Rachel Young, who really were the, as Barb has finally explained to me, they were the catalyst to start the Kirksville Kiwanis Farmers Market. That's what it's called. But even if you already have a farmers market, they usually let nonprofits have a booth for free and nonprofits. And so why not have something where you could offer the opportunity for kids to maybe paint one of those kindness rocks, or to do a picture or some other craft type thing to keep them entertained while they're sort of being dragged around by their parents to shop locally at the farmers market. Wanted to throw in a couple of business connection things here. Over on the left-hand side, I love this is another different club from the San Diego area. And I love that they went to Office Max, Office Depot, where we get those deep discounts, and they got some Gator foam cardboard signs pulled together and put these in front of all the local shops and eateries. And it, you know, right now they've been decimated. They need all the support they can get. It's probably not going to pay dividends right away for the club, but I guarantee you once the economy bounces back and these businesses get back on their feet, when you go to look for, ask for a gift card or for a donation, silent auction donation, they're going to be more apt to do it. They might even consider joining the club. Likewise, over on the right-hand side, Susan Henham down in Dallas area, I helped open the club in Northeast Dallas County a few years ago, and she had this idea to partner with the Chamber of Commerce and do a virtual coffee. It was, I think, at 10 o'clock on a work day, or no, it was noon their time. And at any rate, she had a counselor. She runs a nonprofit counseling service. And so one of her counselors gave a talk about the stress and anxiety that comes with COVID pandemic, and meanwhile, Susan worked the chat box, promising a recording, auxiliary materials to send to people if they would share their name and email. And really what she was wanting to do was to get those names so that she could invite them to their next service project and to their next meeting and everything. So let's pivot over to Barb's favorite area and mine, membership growth. And Carla is a great proponent of it, AC as well. And so I ask clubs when I visit with them, if they do me no other, you know, the only payment I'm asking in return is that they'll at least take a look at this roster analysis worksheet. It's up on the KI website as one of those membership resources. It's just a front and back page brain dump of occupations. And one person could do it. You could do it at a club board meeting. You could do it at a general club meeting. Go through and mark out the ones you already have. And if they're retired, whatever job they used, whatever occupation they had before they retired, and then look at who's missing in action, who would help to add to that diversity within your club. And you can see over on the far right side, a couple of clubs have put out on their social media platforms, Facebook page, whatever, a most wanted huge reward poster. You know, obviously if members know people in those occupations missing, that's the preference because they've got a personal connection. But if not, at least put it out there. And they even added one that we don't have on the list, a stay-at-home dad. And that's been more prevalent in recent years. And probably those dads would love to spend an hour a week helping Kiwanis better the community for their kids. Carla, I was so pleased that she talked a little bit earlier about DEI, and this actually came from a club opening presentation I did years ago, but it fits here and it fits with helping to add new members to existing clubs. As Barb mentioned, you know, we quite often just fall back on the Chamber of Commerce, which is a great resource to go after. And we usually don't run out of people to go after the call on from the chamber, but sometimes there are folks that can't afford to join a Chamber of Commerce, or perhaps they're a 1 or 2 person shop. Perhaps they're young entrepreneurs that are working out of their parents' basement or in an attic or one of those shared workspaces or whatever. They have some time. They probably have an interest in doing something for the community, but nobody finds them. They aren't part of a United Way campaign because they're sort of well hidden and everything. And so I came across in a Christian bookstore, the business directory there, that's like a yellow pages. And I got me to thinking, are there others? I don't know of others that are in print, but heck, when I went out online and did quick Google searches, I found all sorts of ones. So I quite often when I speak to clubs, I say between now and the next 15 minutes when I wrap up, you could type in, let's say St. Charles, veteran-owned businesses, and you'll come up with 4 to 6 prospects right there for you. So do that. If you're looking for more diversity, you know, any of those Muslim-owned businesses or LGBTQ-owned, or my wife has really gotten a lot of business and expanded her. She's in insurance, and she's in sales there. And so she joined NAWBO, the National Association of Women Business Owners, and did a great job. Heck, I would love to start the National Association of Rowdy Male Business Owners, Rambo, so that I could get some further involvement and all. It seems like the women do a far better job of networking than guys do. Of course, we always talk about having every club do at least 2 membership drives a year. And so these were a couple of my favorites. One, you could tell from my chubby cheeks and the COVID-19 pounds I've added that I like candies and chocolates. And so I always do this M&M campaign. And I usually, when we met in person, would pass around a bag and tell the member to pick out, just take one, and whatever color that is who they serve or challenge to bring to as a guest to a meeting and hopefully convert to becoming a member. And then I will take little fun size M&M bags and I'll put a label on there that has some fact about our club, what we do in the community, or the fact that Key Club is the largest youth-led service organization in the world, some sort of thing, and encourage them to pass that along to neighbors, business colleagues, folks they go to church with, PTA buddies, whatever. But as I've been giving this presentation, somebody pointed out to me that the word member rhymes with September, November, and December. So I got to thinking, hey, why not do one in the fall? And then you can do the alliterative drive with a May membership month, which I extend to March membership month and start then and go all the way through in the spring. And so I did want to mention this is May membership month right now. And I hope that all of you as Lieutenant Governors are out on our Facebook on our group page. So go out to Facebook groups and type in Kiwanis International Membership Leaders, and you will find we started pummeling all of you with ideas and tips back on the 1st of March. And so we've been adding 2 a week. They're usually under Chris Martz's name, the head of our unit. And so you'll find just a plethora of great ideas there, many of which are in that magazine that I shared and that Barb pulled up for all of you and got you copy, or I guess actually Carly got you copies, so that's even better. She's a go-getter. One of my favorites is the Kiwanis One Day. How many of your clubs do a Kiwanis One Day in your division? Anybody? Show of hands. Okay. Few there. Well, I like to take it up a notch to the next level and make it a Kiwanis 1+1 day. So the basic is just that you're going to do an hour of service on a Saturday morning, or you could do it on a Sunday afternoon or whenever it works for you. But each member bring a couple of guests that they think would be great members, great additions to the club, and you know, ply them with a little bit of coffee and donuts if it's in the morning for 15 minutes, and then do some mulching or beautification, whatever, clean up a busy highway or a town square, and for 45 minutes. And then all you have to do on Monday morning, very first thing, is call and say, hey, I know we're at the beginning of a very busy work week, so I don't want to waste your time. Are you ready to commit right now to joining the club, or do you need to come to a friggin' club meeting to seal the deal? No wiggle room. Signed, sealed, delivered, they're yours. And then lastly, in this area, one of my favorites is to do a little better job of listening. My wife says I still can improve in this area, believe it or not. And so that's what I've been trying to do through this pandemic, is listen to clubs and listen to other Kiwanians and gather their ideas. And now I get to share some of those. But I love the club that came up with the idea of either what they did was they asked on the application, they added one question to it. And that one question is, what is your favorite local charity of choice? And that's pivotal. Have them answer at least that one question. And then what they do is they then turn around and give $20 if they don't have it through a new member ad fee, they budget for it, whatever. It could be $10 for that matter, but they make a checkout and send it to that charity of choice in honor or tribute of that new member who just joined. And then the beauty of that is the fact that the club gets listed in about every nonprofit annual report in town, and everybody thinks they're really, you know, so generous, and they don't know that it may be a $10 or $20 amount, but hey. And then the person, the new member, gets a snail mail piece of mail that isn't a bill or a notice from the IRS that says, hey, your new club thought so much of you that they sent in a donation in tribute to you. And so they really feel good about it. And then they kick it up a notch by asking that new member to partner with a couple of veterans and do some quick and easy service project down the way. So if it's maybe the Humane Society, maybe it's gathering cat litter, or maybe it's or food, or letting the dogs out so that the volunteers or staff don't have to do it a couple times a month, whatever. But again, it's a great way to let your members know that you care about them, you're listening to them, and even better than that, it shakes up your service projects. We have way too many clubs doing the same 20 or 30 service projects for 2 or 3 decades straight. We've got to have some room to listen. Right now, we're taking little round pegs in the form of new members and sticking them into square holes and making them conform to what the club does. We need to have some wiggle room so that those new members can help add to the vibrancy of our clubs by coming up with some new charities of choice and some new service projects.
Thank you, Brad, for these new ideas.
Yep. Are you through with me?
If we can for now.
Okay. If we come back to it, fine.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have something that I think is really important, and that is Ralph McCormick. He came back to Moark, Kiwanis. He had been away in Colorado for a while, so he wasn't even a member, returned, and within 3 months, rejoined, became Lieutenant Governor for Division 20, and did CPR on all the clubs in Division 20 and has brought them back, or is bringing them back. And I wanted to give Ralph time to show you how it really can be done. This isn't books, this isn't ideas that maybe you can make something work. This is real, and he did it. And it's not bragging if you really did it. Ralph, thank you.
Oh, you're quite welcome. Thank you for the introduction. And I will have to say this, I've got to quote a person that we all know when I start this, because Winston Churchill once said a good speech should be like a woman's skirt, long enough to cover the subject, but short enough to create interest. So I shall try to comply with that. But she is exactly right. I came back in January the 1st, and I was asked, would I be a lieutenant governor again? And I said, no, I've been there. They said, we haven't had one for 5 years. And I said, in Division 20? I said, yeah. I said, okay, in that case, put me on board. And so I took over as about February the 15th as lieutenant governor. And I really first thought it was going to be a piece of cake. That's what I expect. I did tell Joe that, and it's not a piece of cake, but it is a challenge, and it's a challenge which I find fun. I find it beautiful to be able to see a club that is upside down become right-sided again, and it's because a lieutenant governor was active, interested, and wanted to make it happen, even if it meant me going out there and walking the streets with them, and I would. So I want to tell the lieutenant governors that are viewing this that you have been elected to the most important job that Kiwanis has to offer. You doubt that probably, but I'm telling you right now, it is one of the most important. I wouldn't have said that to you years ago. I didn't believe it, because now I do, because I see what's going on, and I understand that we are the boots on the ground. So what your job is going to be is to move a mountain, and hopefully with a little bit of information, I'm going to try to figure out how to share the desktop. If I don't, I may be in trouble. See, nobody gave me this hint on how to do this. I had it figured out to be real quick. How do I just share the desktop? How do I share the screen?
Ralph, if you hit share screen at the bottom, do you see that little green with an arrow?
I hit it, but it comes up with something.
And then next is to look for a little button that says share once you hit share screen. And it'll share whatever is highlighted on your desktop. You see the share button?
Yeah, but it shot me over to somewhere else.
You need to put your cursor and highlight.
Oh.
Is that showing?
No.
Okay.
Highlight the document that you want to share and then hit share.
Ralph, just go to hit share screen. Then it should let you, because I already put it on. Brad's been sharing all morning.
Yeah, I know. But like I said, this is the first time I've ever done this, so.
Yeah, there's a little arrow. Well, it says multiple participants, so you should be able to share it.
Is it showing now?
It's showing you.
It's showing you.
Same as you.
It's supposed to be showing a picture of a mountain, huh?
Yeah, well, just hit, do you see the green box at the bottom of your screen that says share screen? Do you see that?
I hit that.
You hit it already? Does it show your files?
Yes, it shows desktop, and desktop is what I want to show.
Okay, well then double click on that.
Click on your mountain shot or whatever.
Yeah, click on whatever you got to click on.
And then there should be a little button there that says share. The share button usually is down in the lower right-hand corner.
Well, if you want to email it to me real quick, I'll share it on my screen.
It probably would take too long. It's quite a few folders there.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, let me try one more time and I'll get on with it. We're limited on time, as I know, and it's already taken too long to do this.
This is always so easy, Ralph, for those who have already done it.
Right.
Yeah, I know. But to me, it's desktop. Okay, desktop, and then share the desktop is all it should be able to do.
Yep.
And then allow Zoom to share your screen. It
Yes,
says open,
yes.
open
Yes.
preferences.
Yes.
Did it share it?
No.
No, not yet.
Oh, well.
What'd you hit for preferences?
Well, it did show. Okay, let me go without it. It's really good. I wish you could see it, but let me just get on with it because we got time limitations here. what it was like whenever I took over in mid-February. Out of the 7 clubs, only 2 of them were meeting weekly. In my opinion, that's a disaster. And, COVID was doing its part, along with probably many other factors as well. 2.5 months later, all but 2 of them are meeting. So we moved from being upside down with 5 not meeting to just 2 meeting. So what I'm trying to do is give you an idea of what I went through in that 2.5 months. It's now been 3, we still just have 2 not meeting. But all of the children that these clubs have helped over the last 95 years need to be helped. And it's so much easier, I believe, to get a club that's got a charter and all this is going on and bring it back up if they're willing to do that. And that's all that you can depend on. You can do whatever you can do, but you still have to make sure they want to do it. And I can tell you that if I can flip a division in 2.5 months, you can do it too. It takes lots of time, takes lots of visits, it takes travel, phone calls, and a whole lot of faith and belief in yourself. You don't have to belong to Mensa or be a rocket scientist. Just believe in yourself and dedicate the time that it takes. That's all you have to do. Because it's very important to MOARC and Kiwanis International if all of the lieutenant governors realize the importance of the job that you have in front of you. So we have to be the ones that makes the difference. Please think about the children that we've helped. And think about those in the future that will be helped. My rule is really simple: lose no clubs. I don't believe that, we should give up on any club. Keep fighting for them and make sure that they understand that you're fighting for them. There's something I read back in many years ago. It says, if you have the faith of it as a grain of mustard seed, you can say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove. And nothing shall be impossible unto you. That is very powerful. When I was 26 years old, I took that and $500 to the bank and created a furniture store with a borrowing $7,000. Matthew 17:20. If you have the faith of a grain of mustard seed, think about how small a mustard seed is. And by doing this, if you believe in yourself, you believe in what you're doing, then I got something.
Yeah, I accidentally on video, Jen. Hit your video.
So
You're good. You're good now. All good.
was it showing?
Yeah, you're good.
I've been sabotaged by someone. Okay, this will take me through it. There's what I was talking about, the faith of a mustard seed. You're seeing that, are you not? Are you seeing the mustard seed?
No.
That's how small it is.
Well, trust me, it's very tiny. All right, well, I'm gonna disregard trying to do that, but it's okay, because what I'm offering to the lieutenant governors that are listening is the opportunity to take on a challenge that most people would say it can't be done. You can't bring those clubs back up. And I'll tell you what, if you take on that challenge and make it a fun year for you, I will tell you, you'll have a great 12 months of lieutenant governor. I'm watching these clubs of mine return to life, some to life, some just returning to the meetings they were doing before. But you have to remain motivated. It's so hard to get motivated when you see all these clubs upside down. Think about the importance of what you're doing for the children. If you just believe in yourself and Kiwanis, you'll be able to take an upside down club and flip it right side up. And there's nothing like the thrill of success of returning a non-meeting club. It's like a huge touchdown in the last 2 minutes of the game. And you have to think successful. If you think it'll work, you can do it. Nothing is impossible. I don't think that there's anything in the world that you can't do if you have the right attitude. And that's what I did. I took on this thing with saying, I will not lose any clubs. Now I'm not going to say I won't. I'm just saying that I only have 2 right now that stand to do that. And it's all about problem solving. I went into it, I tried to determine the problems of each club, and I tried to find a way to get them right-sided up with their help. I didn't tell them what to do. I suggested to them things that they could do. You go back to your division, you'll find that there's a possibility you may have, mine had, Moark has about 30% of the clubs that need help, seriously need help. And one of the biggest problems that I faced, and I'm still facing, I guess, with some, was the $800 that they showed as dues required and that they owed up to $1,800. That's a problem. If they don't have the money, they haven't been getting it. I've approached KI, I've approached Missouri, Arkansas division with assistance and trying to help to get that down to where it would be nothing, or at least very, very little, because they haven't been collecting. You're going to run into that. And you need to know there is a way that you can, call me. I'll be glad to assist you in any way that it does. Go into these places and be a chameleon. Be able to look at yourself and as let them look at you as someone who is willing to do anything in the world it takes. That's the positive attitude. You got to go in with that positivity. It's the most important thing that you can do if you want to be successful. And right now, you have the boots on the ground. And it's important that we understand that the governor is important. There is no question about that. But you are more important because you're there. You're there with the people. You're there with the clubs. You know what's hurting, and you can help fix it. And I will tell you right now, if you talk to Carla, AC, Mary, any of them have been so helpful to me. And without their help, I couldn't have done what I did. It has to do with them feeding me information. So you're the boots on the ground. I say it over and again. They're good and they have to organize, but it's up to you to make sure that the clubs get all the attention that you can give them. Something that Churchill also said, the positive thinker sees the invisible. He feels the intangible and achieves the impossible. That's the words that's going to take you through this. If you believe in yourself, you believe in Kiwanis, and you know that you can be a positive thinker, then you can achieve the impossible. While doing this, you can look around and try to find new clubs to build. And it is possible. Russellville, as Joe Pearson there, will be the lieutenant governor next year for Division 20. And if you look around and see what clubs are available, how can we do it? Joe's already got his mindset that we can do a club in Russellville, maybe Dardanelle, and we're not giving up the possibility of building a club, but we're doing multitasking. And it's important that you take on this challenge as lieutenant governor to not only right side those clubs that are down, but to build a new club or two, or key club. This is your opportunity. It was my opportunity and an honor to be able to come back to this place in Arkansas and find that there was something that really needed to be done. Right now, if you've never been a lieutenant governor before, then this is your opportunity to make a real big difference. Just stay ahead of your surroundings for about whatever you do. Every club is different. Everything you do has to be focused on them when you're with them. When you return to your vision, don't wait on someone to push you into the ring. Go in with your hands up and start fighting for Kiwanis. Learn your clubs, learn the ones and their weaknesses and what are the ones that are hurting the most, because part of the problem is I think some of these clubs have terribly been overlooked by lieutenant governors, and the presidents have only done what they wanted to do. There is one thing I do think will be good for you. And I think this, if you have a club that's upside down, I had no idea, how do I get them right side up? They don't even want to go back and meet weekly and all this kind of stuff. They can't, some places, towns are so small, they don't even have a restaurant that would allow them come into it because of COVID. there is a club that I found out. It's called the Kiwanis 321 Club. 3 hours of meeting per month, 2 hours of social meeting per month, and 1 hour for a business meeting per month. That doesn't necessarily have a include a meal, but I do believe it's very important that you utilize some things that are just a little bit out of the box for you, for Kiwanis, whatever it takes to bring that club back. And that was my lifeboat. I'm trying on these last 3 clubs. I've got one of them already meeting again, and they're thinking about doing a 321. If you don't know anything about 321, it's in your manuals, it's online, and it's a very simple process. And what we have to do as Kiwanians is try to redesign it and make our situation better to fit those people that are younger and more tech savvy, you know, the phones. And 321 might just do that. There's a lot of other things I think that we should come up with ideas for all of the different situations that's going to hit us in the future. Part of the thing that I've always hated in life was change. But I learned a long time ago, about 45 years ago, that if you don't change, you die. And I do mean that. If I'd have started my business out and sold the same type of sofas I did in 1972, and if I did that in 1999, I would have been gone. I would have been out of business. That's why it's important that lieutenant governors work very hard to help Kiwanis come up with new innovative designs in order to get all of these things working in the process that they should. Now, how much has the world changed? Kiwanis came to pass in January 21st in 1915. Back at that particular point, Kiwanis, they were driving Model T Fords. They crossed ships on oceans. That was before the Lindbergh went across the Atlantic. Airplanes that they flew were Sopwith Camels, Fokkers, and Zeppelins. World War II had just started. The homes back then were in shacks, and very little electricity, and no phones, no TV. And what do we have today? We have a fantastic society that's built on communication. You know, I'm sitting not where you are, but I'm sitting up here in Colorado for the moment, and I have great powers that I never would have had back when I was a governor, a lieutenant governor before. So with Zoom and with the 321, with anything that you can come up with that'll be practical and good for Kiwanis and to get those clubs back, or to build new ones. And if you want to build new ones, try the 321 Club. It's relatively new. There's, I think, several of them, or at least 1 or 2 in the Missouri-Arkansas division. And there's more to find out about that. It's very important that we try to reach those younger ones. Young kids today, and I'm talking kids, when you're my age, anything under 50 is young. So what you do is take and try to find the young kids that are really wanting to be involved to help children. Get them active in the church, in the church as well, I guess, but get them active in the clubs. If you do, they're going to be an asset to the club. They'll bring in more young people. And it's very important, I believe, to maintain the integrity of Kiwanis and bring in everyone you can to get them there. But they have to come in for a reason. They don't come in sometimes just to meet and eat. They want to come in and help. Almost every Kiwanis club does outstanding work. And what we're trying to do as lieutenant governors is to make sure that that work does continue. You know, if we can send the men into space, and why can't we design programs for Kiwanis clubs that incorporate all of the new advanced communication that we have? 321 may be a good future for Kiwanis. With all the COVID and other influences on the US, we're seeing memberships drop in all organizations, churches, businesses that aren't going to be able to come back. And I've told you again, I'm going to tell you before, I'm going to tell you again, lieutenant governors are the first line of defense. So please never underestimate the power of a lieutenant governor are what you hold in your hand. Because if you hold a club in your hand, you can save it. If you never put your hands on the club, you're not going to save it. And that's what I did. I went out and approached all the clubs. I think I did probably over 650 miles of travel in 2 months. And also I went to the ones that weren't meeting, some of those that just said they didn't know that the restaurants had opened back up, and we got them started. It's involvement. But I'm going to tell you what you need to do is communicate. One of the things that I did is I stayed on the computer and I basically talked to Barry, anyone that would, anyone that could answer my questions. So don't feel like you're out there alone, because they're available through internet, mail, texting, and we'll use them. They want it. I thought I was overdoing it, and I kind of backed off of what I was sending, because I would send a copy of what I sent to my clubs, by the way, who had never received anything in 5 years from a lieutenant governor. And they probably got tired of me sending it too. But I backed off a little bit, because I thought maybe I'm sending a little too much out to Mary and Carla, AC. It's like, where do I draw a line? Come to find out, I said something like that. I think Carla said, "Are you kidding? We're great. We love it." So if you're a lieutenant governor, for goodness sakes, don't think you're going to impose on them, because the good chance is, if you think that if they're not getting anything from you, they're going to say, wonder if that guy or girl's out there really doing anything. So communicate to your clubs, communicate to the division. Most important, takes very little to send a little short blip, and they know what's going on. And trust me, if you do that, they're going to give you good advice like they did me. And that's what helped me. Between all of those above that have helped me, it's tremendous. And you have the same access to them as I did. Education. So we know that communicate. Now let's educate. The MOARC dashboard, and I'm sure you'll be told how to do that, will give you more information than you probably ever thought you wanted. But that information is what I took out to these 7 clubs, because if they aren't getting anything from you, they're hurting. And it's not their fault. It's not really. It's the fault of the person, lieutenant governor, that doesn't get out there and communicate and talk to them. So set your goals for them, but don't go in there and tell them how to do the goals. Just set your goals. And if you do, then there's a good possibility that they will abide by your thinking and go with it. If they suggest something different, go with what they do. It's their decision. You don't force any club to follow your mindset. You are an advisor. And the one thing I've heard from everybody that's talked today is they don't go out and tell you, blabber, 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 talk, talk, talk. What they told you today, all 3 of us are going to say the same thing. A good person that, somebody sent me something there. Can't read and talk at the same time. But anyway, the thing is that now I'm blown up there. Thank you, whoever sent that. But anyway, the thing is that by getting out there talking and providing your information to them, they will follow your lead. And if you're like some of the things I've seen in the past, you don't lead from behind, you lead in front. And that's what I did. I charged. I took over and I tried to charge the best I could to get everybody involved in that club and get them back organized again. So it's a team race. For Kiwanis to survive and do well, we've got to get over this COVID stuff and get back to doing whatever it is, mask or no mask. We've got to keep Kiwanis working. Goal number 1 for you and for me should be to lose no clubs. Goal number 2 would be to build clubs. So just follow up with everything. Whatever you're doing it right if you're getting the clubs to talk to you and listen to you. Water is very important. Plants and trees can be killed 2 ways. One is too much water and the other is water starvation. Clubs are the same. So give the clubs the right amount of attention / water and advice. The second thing that I think is most important is be looking for your replacement the moment you get the job. And that's works every time. Get somebody interested. I think if you're lieutenant governor now, one of the best things that you can possibly do is to take that incoming lieutenant governor with you and let him get the feel of things. Let him meet the people. That way, when he goes back on his own during his term, it's going to be simple. So by being a good lieutenant governor, you're making a good lieutenant governor to follow you. And that's all we're looking for, is to keep motivation and keep lieutenant governors ready to go. It's like these clubs you mentioned earlier. Most of them fall in 4 years because they aren't nurtured. Well, clubs will do that if they aren't nurtured with good leadership. And we have, I think, great leaders in Kiwanis and Moark. So I've got it down to the conclusion. It's very simple. What I did was, one, I jumped in fast. I recommend that if you're incoming lieutenant governor, get out there now and do the research on it. So by October 1, you can take over and be prepared for everything that's there. Get there and do it fast. Communicate with the clubs weekly. Every Saturday, I will send out, or Friday, I will send out an email to my presidents and officers. Why? Because I want them to know that I'm there to help them. As I said to one club, I'm your mouthpiece to those above us, all the way to KI. I'm the mouthpiece. And I was given a job when they said, you want to be lieutenant governor? I said, yes. But my job was not to do anything but build and replace the clubs that were losing and to hold on to the clubs. So that was my commandment. And I would do anything to save those. And I have. So communicate with clubs weekly, find the problem, search out the problems, work on the solution. Each club is going to be different. So your solutions are going to be different. You just have to figure out what's going to work for that. Design a POA, plan of action, and then execute the POA. But keep in constant touch with the presidents or officers. And again, I reiterate this because it's important. Keep in touch with those that are above us. They don't hear from lieutenant governors, I don't think, hardly at all. And I've really been a nuisance, but I'm not going to apologize to Mary and all Carla and AC, because that was my job. That was what I was told I needed to do. And the only way I could do it was to feed them information, feed the clubs information, and just stay in touch with them. It's a very simple process. If you have the faith of a mustard seed, it's a very small, then you will never fail. Carry that with you, because that's positivity. And you cannot go into these clubs thinking because they're not meeting that they're going to go under and you've got to take their charter back. That's not the way the game is played. You go in there saying, I'm going to get them up and running and do it again. Rule number 1, lose no clubs. Rule number 2, build clubs. All I'm asking you is for you to dedicate your time to Kiwanis, because it will take time. And another quote from the Bible says, believe that you have received it and it will be yours. And all of this positivity has to go back with you, and it will work. It will be very, very good. You're welcome to call me on the side. My phone number is 479-970-1001, and email me at ralph@insideyou.com. That's a letter N, the word side, and you. And it's on my website. So anyway, if there's anything else that I could do, I'll be happy to do it. And I don't mind a one-on-one contact with you. Do you have any questions, anyone out there?
Do you have any questions on how Ralph did what he did? Just thank you very much, sir.
Oh, thank you for the honor and the opportunity to do what I've done. And I really love it. I promise you that I should be paying you to do what I'm doing, because it's so much fun to watch these clubs come back to life. And I hope that something I've done and told you today will do exactly the same thing for you, incoming lieutenant governors. Have a good day. God bless.
Thank you. Anyhow, that is absolutely the way it is, that we are all partners in a team, and we are from this level up, and we absolutely are from this level down to clubs. And we need to let them know that we care about them, we want them to be successful, and we will give them any help that they need to do so. So we have Brad and Barbara. And we're going to take a 5-minute break. Stand up, stretch your legs, even if you don't need a restroom break, so that you're wide awake for the next session, which will probably include PowerPoints. So we'll be back in 5 minutes, 1:40.
Brad, can you hear me? Brad, our camera's over here. The camera's over here. That's right, I go up here.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, so are you gonna start this part?
I'll do the 5-year membership trends. Do they have their own report or?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes, they do. Oh, great. Wonderful.
I need to see somebody. I think they've got everybody's. Yeah, I call out Brad. Yes, so they have everybody, so that's good.
Yeah, I just printed it all out the way it was, not trying to break it all down.
That's fine.
Okay, and then they don't all have a copy of the nice instruction.
Yeah, I sent that to them too.
Oh, they got that.
Yeah, and I printed
And you printed some out. So Mary has printed some out, plus she sent them to them electronically. So they can call it up on their computer, or they can pick up copies up front. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Understand that the one you're getting has all of the different divisions, but you basically just need to look at the one for your specific division, and we'll be going through that in a minute. But while you're digging that out to reference and everything, there was at least one comment that I got to thinking about I didn't share this morning, and it usually is something I start with right off the bat, so I'm surprised that I sort of glossed over it. But usually when I come to a lieutenant governor training, or for that matter, any presentation in person, I set out a membership brochure with application at every place setting. Every chair gets one and all. And so what I want to suggest is for you to be an effective lieutenant governor. And man, you just heard from the poster child of great lieutenant governors with what Ralph just presented. But I believe you have to walk the talk, and that's exactly what Ralph just shared, how he's walked the talk. And so that involves a couple of things. First off, I believe that you need to be working towards having ready to rock and roll October 1st to add a member either to your home club or another club in your division. You cannot go out and ask other clubs to bring in members if you haven't brought one in yourself. And so that's why I'd like for you to get one of those applications out. And we'd obviously love to have you bring a new member in the remaining months of this year, and credit that towards AC as a show of appreciation for all that he has brought to the district. But, you know, October, November, before the Thanksgiving holiday, make sure you bring in a member. And then the other is, I believe that you ought to be making a gift to the Kiwanis Children's Fund and to the Missouri-Arkansas District Foundation, or any of those causes in your own district, Earl Collins, whatever, because again, you cannot go out as lieutenant governor and start making club visits without you know, making a gift yourself. It can be a very small nominal gift. I do a lot of those as sort of remembrances of people that have passed on, great Kiwanians, and we've lost way too many of them during this pandemic. But again, walk the talk, make a donation, grab a member, and then you will be able to confidently go to your other clubs and challenge them to do the same. So with that, I want to.
Brad, everybody got a membership form today, but I didn't say to them, can't carry that with you every place you go. Those of you who have purses, keep that membership form in your purse, and you never know, you're going to be standing in the grocery line, socially distanced, but you can talk about Kiwanis, and it helps if you wear something that has Kiwanis on it. Lots of times people will ask you, what is Kiwanis? I always wear my Zeller because people say, what is that? And then I get the chance to say, tell them about Kiwanis. But take that membership form everywhere, to the bathroom, everywhere.
That's great. I don't think I've ever seen Barb without wearing her Zeller necklace. So I think it's great that she really is always proudly displaying Kiwanis and letting people probe and clarify a little bit more of what Kiwanis means to her. That passion comes through loud and clear. So the other thing I think that Mary provided for you was a copy of a document that says various ways to use the 5-year membership trends. And then there's another one that says 5-year membership trends activity for lieutenant governors. So the one I want to talk about is the one that has 2 columns of boxes going through it. And I'm going to share that on the screen right now. And so, you know, a lot of people used to, when I started doing this lieutenant governor training 7 years ago, we just passed out the report and people just looked and said, oh yeah, this club added a couple and this one lost and this one maybe went belly up or whatever after a few years, and that was it. And I said, you know, there are a lot of ways to analyze, or I call it slice and dice the numbers. And, you know, a lot of Kiwanis is the numbers game. If you bring more guests to your meetings and to your service projects and fundraisers, I guarantee you that the numbers are going to be in your favor to add some over the years and everything. Well, the same is true with the clubs in our division. A lot of times I find that there are lieutenant governors that are just looking at those clubs that are under charter strength. I think everybody knows that charter strength currently is 15, although I think there are some of us that would like to take it back to 20 or 25. What I've found, particularly in making all the visits during this pandemic, the club visits, is that, you know, a lot of those clubs of, as I said, 20 or 30 members, there's only a hardcore sort of that 80-20 rule of 8 to 12 people attending on a regular basis. And so we've got to start looking for ways to get our numbers up there. So you can spend a lot of time on that squeaky wheel, or what I even shared this morning with Barbara Corcoran's thing about turning the pictures upside down if the club members don't want to have a piece in making things better, if they're just full of excuses. But, you know, a lot of times you look at even a larger club and they may be losing more of a percentage of members, but it doesn't look as drastic as a smaller club and everything. So what this document really does is give you different ways to take a look at that 5-year membership trends. So I like to sort of sort them out, 0 to 15, which is that baseline for charter strength, the 16 to 20, because I think they're right on the bubble, the 21 to 37. And do you know, well, I guess I gave it away there. The average club size throughout the Kiwaniverse is 38 members. So I often ask clubs to strive to get up to 38, and then you're at least average. And I know that Ralph will be working to probably go way beyond that. And then, you know, we want to also pay attention to some of those larger clubs. I think you have a few clubs in some larger cities. I know Little Rock has 5 or so clubs still. And we really, eventually right now, so many of the businesses aren't working from their offices downtown and they're out in their homes in their suburbs and all. It's probably not a good time to put an effort there, but I think that that's a neglected area or an area of opportunity for us if we can find newfangled ways of doing it. Ralph referenced the 3-2-1 club concept. After I was with the downtown club for 4 years, when I moved up to the big house at our global headquarters. I helped Joanne Wilson, who was heading up member services at the time. And I think even Barb came in and canvassed with us and others. And we opened the first 321 club in the Indiana district. And we don't even pay that close attention to the 321 concept because we only meet for 45 minutes once a month. Back in the days when we could meet in person, we meet at Embassy Suites Hotel. So we talked them into giving us a little adult beverage or two. And we just talk about our business, sometimes have an outside speaker, very rarely. And then in between weeks, so we socialize mainly. And then in between weeks, we do service projects. We email people the opportunities to help with our service projects. So there are all sorts of different concepts right now. And I think Barb will probably get into this a little bit more with some of the division planning, district and division planning. But we've had a great outpouring of support from Kiwanians all over the world, mainly here in North America, to talk about some different club opening concepts. So we've got clubs that are all about literacy, or we've got some now that are looking into having their single focus be more on food sustenance or food insecurities. I know that the Nebraska-Iowa district has that as sort of their district project. We have others that are allies of LGBTQ youth in the community. There's all sorts of single focus clubs. So I love the fact that Ralph said that, you don't have to go back and do the same old. If a weekly meeting isn't working for your area or whatever, if you've got a lot of busy young professionals, and I think they prefer being called emerging leaders, then, make it a once or a twice a month club. Or maybe you do a meeting, a regular traditional meeting on the second Tuesday of the month at lunch. And then on the fourth Tuesday of the month, you do an evening after work at a local brew pub or a winery or something that would appeal to a greater amount of time. I just recently spoke to the Port Washington Club out in the Pacific Northwest District, and they were the first one I had come across that has 2 groups of satellite members. They're a noontime club, traditional, meeting weekly, but they have a group that meets in the morning as a satellite group and does their own service projects and helps with the regular club's service projects. And they have another one that's geared for after work in the evening. So you can have as many satellite groups as you want. That was just the first one I had come that were overachievers that had more than one satellite group. So again, looking at those membership visuals, if you sort of break them out into those 5 different categories, that might give you a good way to look at it. As we referenced there on the sheet, you could even use that as an activity for a division council meeting. It might be a good way to generate some discussion about the importance of membership or more hands for service. Oldest to youngest, again, look at your charter dates and all. I've been blown away by the clubs that I visited this year that are celebrating their 100th anniversary and the litany of service that they do in their community. And some of them are very small clubs. They are small but mighty. And I recently spoke to a club in Iowa, and they not only had a listing of all their service projects, but then they had a Word document that I was able to find online, and they had taken the trouble to all the charities that they support in town. They gave a thumbnail sketch of what those agencies are all about. And then they told about how they help them further their mission and everything. So again, service is our greatest selling point. And so look at those oldest to youngest clubs, and that will help you maybe take a look at where you need to pay some attention. Right now, during this decade, we have a lot of clubs that are celebrating their 100th. Did you all know that out on the KI website, there is a section that gives you all sorts of useful tools and hints about how to celebrate a milestone anniversary, whether it's 25, 50, 75, 100. We actually are going to be revising that soon, because one of the suggestions from a membership subcommittee is that we ought to be celebrating even at 5 years. We just talked about the fact that some clubs don't make it to 5. And so let's really celebrate every year your club anniversary. Celebrate the anniversaries of your members. It's very easy to find out when they join Kiwanis, and I bet you a number of us don't remember the exact date. send them an email or a note, a handwritten note, and surprise them and say, happy Kiwanis-versary. That means a lot to them and everything, and lets them know that you're paying attention to them. Again, on the oldest to youngest, those younger clubs, and I love the fact that Barb reinforced, if the club coaches leave after 2 years, it's doubly important, years 3, 4, and 5, that the lieutenant governor stay in touch with those clubs and make sure that they're going to succeed. Going on down to stop, start, stop, continue. That's one that we've done on the other document. I think it actually has the stoplight there. So the green, what do the clubs need to be doing? And this, after you've visited the clubs a few times, then you'll be able to better discern, what are they really good at? It's sort of a SWOT analysis. I think everybody knows about strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So, are there other service clubs in the community? Not that we're competing with them, because all service clubs do great deeds and better enrich a community, but you want to make sure they're not meeting at the same time, that maybe those evil Rotarians have moved their meetings to conflict with Kiwanis and those types of things. Again, that's something you could do at a division council meeting or when you're making that club visit. And then membership plus and minus, this is one of my favorite things to do, is to take that list of clubs in your area, and you'll see that there are a few that may say CR, that means their charter has been revoked, and you'll see what year they closed. They may be charter suspended, that would be a CSD, and that means that they're still in limbo, and perhaps we can help save the day like Ralph would. Send Ralph in there to save the day, and don't give up on those clubs and all. But what you'll want to do is put a minus next to those that are resistant to increasing membership. Again, turn the picture upside down like Barbara Corcoran says. If they're not willing to put in a little hustle themselves, then you really don't want to spend a lot of your time being drained by negaholics. A lot of clubs have negative Neds and nasty Nellies, or vice versa, nasty Neds and negative Nellies, and get rid of those folks, or push them over to the side. Don't let them influence any others and everything. You want to put a plus next to those that are open to increasing membership. And gosh, Barb has just trained a bazillion, it seems like, club coaches for your district. And so contact Barb, contact Carla, and say, hey, where can we get some help? This club really wants to turn some things around. It may be that they could come and even do a little bit of a blitz for a couple of days to help add members, or perhaps they can do some phone calls, any of that type of thing. Put a hashtag next to clubs that are open to becoming more relevant. They're willing to do more than the service projects they currently are doing, and a star next to those that are potential sponsoring clubs. We've got to get to the point of where a club really feels like it is the highest honor. I know we've recently implemented the signature project contest within KI, and that's sort of the epitome of doing great service. Well, I think there's a step right above it, and we need to make that the pinnacle club award. There is nothing more significant, more meaningful, more long-lasting than leaving a legacy of a club in a nearby community, helping those kiddos and bettering that town or city. And so we've got to make that a pure badge for honor. We should not have to be going around and begging or cajoling some club to be a sponsoring club. They should willingly want to come and be a part of it, because what it'll do is it will also rub off on them and make their club all the stronger. So that's what I wanted to share. I was gonna quickly pivot over to the other document and just share, this was the red, yellow, green thing. So again, you can take a look at those of, are they on death's door with the red flag, or are they still some life in them, barely breathing, cautionary, or are they really ripe for opportunity and moving forward? So with that, I'm going to turn things back to Barb to go through the rest of the points on our end of the agenda. Any questions, comments? Maybe Carla's coming up. Maybe they're not tag teaming.
It's quiet and Barbara's on the way.
Okay.
I was going to say that
Hey Brad, thank you so much for your enthusiastic presentation. How do we see when a club would, as people in the field, you can see how old the club is, but I don't see that on my little information sheet. You said analyze them by age. How do we see that?
So there are a couple ways. There's a report that I'm sure Mary can share with you how to access, you know, the starting date of any club, or the same, as I mentioned, you can find the beginning date of when someone joined Kiwanis and everything. But what I do with the clubs for me is I get one of our printed direct membership directories, and in there is a little snapshot of each club, and it tells when they meet, where they meet, how often they meet, and right next to it tells how many members they had as of October 1st of this past year, and when that club was chartered.
That's the only piece we don't see. We also announce at every meeting who has an anniversary in my club. We say, congratulations, Barbara, you've been in Kiwanis 27 years. And
yes.
We do it every, she's only 32. We do it every meeting. We announce it. So that's a good way to give them a little cheer.
I love it. Love that idea.
Barbara, we give service pin awards monthly on total number of membership years for Kiwanis. And the members just, if I don't have something correct, boy, do I hear about it. That means a great deal to them.
Yep.
But another way you can tell when the club started is when you are lieutenant governor, you'll be able to impersonate all the clubs in your division.
Oh,
and you can
tell them that. That's my secret.
And so you can go just to the clubs in your division, and you go in and you see the dashboard, and it tells you on the dashboard.
That's my question. Where am I? That's where I think I am.
You can't impersonate me. Well, what's on the agenda right now is club strengthening efforts, but I would like for you, before we get to that, is to fill out this sheet for your division. The sheet, the clubs into these 3 categories. So you're going to list the ones that are below charter strength, you're going to list the ones that are between 15 and 20 members, and the ones that are above 26 members. And Brad was talking about a club that they celebrated in another district that was very small, but they do great service. And we still need to work with those clubs that are very small, even if they're performing great service, because one person, if they lose one person, it often all falls apart. And so you need to be building them, helping them to get new members and build up before they lose that one key person and the club's gone. Okay, so you all have this sheet, right? Okay. And Mary emailed this to you if you want to do it electronically, but I have some print copies.
Did they pick them all up off the table? I did. I told you I might copy them. Somebody else need one of these to fill out and work with, please. Why do you choose the name? That was right on.
Like, aren't you supposed to be talking on a microphone?
Only I can talk to her like that. That's right, and I lost it. I'm going to see this,
You know, I used to teach school and I just can't stand it when you're not doing something. So when you get that finished, go ahead and start with the questions. Take a look at the clubs in your division. See which clubs have a strong history and why. And there may be some of these you can't answer yet, so that will give you guidance to information that you want about the clubs in your district. Because you want to be able to tell what's the best thing each club does. And you want to be able to know what's the most concerning thing they do so that you can help them.
Let's talk about it. You know what we're talking about. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, because I know we were doing things. Yeah. They were saying, well, it's not about yeah, right.
Okay, is everyone finished with the color chart? Okay, raise your hand, your right hand, and show how many you have in the red column. How many? Raise your hand, right hand, and raise the number of fingers of clubs you have in the red column. Okay, so let's add. So that's 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 13, 17, you guys get it. 19, 20, 21, 23, 25. So just from this group, we've got 25. I think we're really closer to 40, but everybody's not here. So what are you gonna do with the? Oh, how many? did you
Ralph to
have?
the rescue! Ralph to the rescue! Ralph to the rescue!
How many red clubs do you have under 15, Kathleen and Ralph? Just raise your hand with your number of clubs that you have under 15. How many?
You already have Ralph.
Oh, Joe's here. Okay, we got Ralph. Kathleen, how many clubs under 15 in your division?
None.
Pardon?
None.
Listen to that.
I heard you, Leslie.
Now we're going to do the second column, which is up to 20, 15 to 20, correct? Raise your right hand. How many do you have in the second column? How many in 15 to 20? How many in the second column? Okay, I lost count. 2, 3, 4, 7, 9, 12, 15, 16, 18, 24, 26, 27. Do you have any in the green column? I mean yellow. Okay, 28 in the yellow column. How are you going to work with those clubs? How are you going to work with the red column and how are you going to work with the yellow column? What'd you say, Stuart? I thought you said encourage. Okay. Right. You can't find out if they want no. Right. That's true. But again, the people in the red column, it just takes losing one kingpin in that club and they're done. So we have to somehow work with the people in the red column to let them see the advantage of getting more members, because you can't make them, you're right. So I have heard of people who went in and said, you know, you guys are you're under charter strength, you've got to grow, so grow. And it worked, yeah. So, and how about the yellow column? How are you going to work with clubs there? Because they probably have enough people to have committees maybe, and why would they want to grow?
Things like work. Always the same 5 or 6 people in those specified clubs.
So that might be a club that it would be worthwhile to bring out the roster analysis and see what occupation the people are in. Many times the clubs that are that size, they tend to be from just a few occupations, because a friend and a friend and a friend, and they tend to be from the same occupation. Maybe not, but diversity will help. And then, how many do you have above 26 members? 4, ooh, 5, 6, 8, 12, 16, 18. Okay, so what are you going to do with them? Cheer them on? Do they need to grow? Yeah. Yeah. I lost count. Thanks for bringing that up, Linda. Where was this one? fewer than 20. At the bottom of this sheet, this came from Michigan. It says 26 is the average size of a Kiwanis Club in the Michigan district, April 2020. Last night I did the math. We're just a little bit above an average of 26.1, but we have about a little over 40 clubs that are below 15. So those are our most at-risk clubs, even though they're probably doing great things right now, but one person can just, losing one person can destroy that club. So by looking at the 5-year membership trends and your knowledge, are you able to answer all the questions on the first page? Okay. I want to point out to you the questions on the second page. What clubs are open to increasing membership? So that you're not having to come in and give them this new idea to increase membership. Which clubs are open to becoming more relevant with today's potential members? And I think that's the one where you're asking them to change, that maybe maybe they'll change the way they have the meetings, or where they have the meetings, or when they have the meetings, or if they have the meetings. So I think that will take you some time to get to know them. You might not know right at the beginning who is open to change. Change seems to be really hard for all of us, and we feel comfortable in our Kiwanis clubs, and so we don't even see. I mean, think about your own Kiwanis club. Do you see any reason to change anything? No, okay, good. Right.
Did I say that out loud?
The next one is really interesting. Who are the change agents in each club? Not necessarily positional leaders. So the people who might bring about change in that club may not be the president, or possibly won't be the president, or the vice president, the president-elect, or the secretary. It could be somebody who has no elected position within the club, but they are the change agents. So getting to know them, getting to know how you can help them to change if the club is open to change. And then the last question, one thing you know you can do to help. What skill do you bring to this club and its members? And when you're thinking about what skill do you bring to this club and its members, don't be, try not to be critical of yourself and say, well, only if I could do this, this, and this, I could help them, but I can't. Well, how many of you are taking Amplify? Okay, there in the second module, there was a survey where you answered all these questions and it told you what your communication style is and the advantages and the disadvantages of each one. So, try to analyze yourself and what your strengths are, and focus on your strengths that you can bring to the club. Don't focus on, I wish I could, and I woulda, shoulda, coulda, but what can you do now?
Barb, this is Brad real quick. Back on the change agents, if I were to redo this sheet, I would probably add another one of who are the ringleaders who are resistant to change. And a lot of times I find that as past club presidents that exert so much influence that they keep the club from evolving and doing projects that are more relevant to attract more members, particularly younger members.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's a good point. The final question, what clubs would make a great sponsoring club for a new club? Because remember, we're asking all of you to open a new club in your division. So you need to start thinking about who would be a great sponsoring club. Going back to the first worksheet, as Brad mentioned as he was going over the first worksheet, which think about using your division council meetings. Brad mentioned that, using your division council meetings to answer these. And you could have a theme, for example, telling your club that this next division council meeting, we're going to do start, stop, continue. And one way that is effective to do that is to give everybody notepads, Post-it notes, and they each have to come up with 3 things their club should start. They post those. 3 things their club should stop. They post those. 3 things that they should continue. And there's even a suggestion to use the visual colors: green for start, yellow for continue, red for stop. And then to look at the posters and see if there are similarities between the clubs. We all think our club should stop doing this. We all think that our club should start doing this. We all think our club should do something else. One thing that I'm trying to be sensitive to is the prayers that we all say. A lot of clubs say a prayer at the beginning. And sometimes you need to consider who all is in your club. For example, we had some Jewish people in our club. And when one of them left, he told me that he always felt excluded by the prayers that mentioned Jesus. So, you know, but if you want to be inclusive, then you have to think about things like that. So some clubs actually have gone to meditations rather than prayer, so that they can be all.
Or where do you draw the line on something like this? Pledge allegiance might have been good. Well, we all want to do it.
No, I think you have to just get a sense of your club. I had no sense that this person was offended, but he was.
We had the exact Jewish problem in our club, and the person that was Jewish didn't attend all the time. But we have a member who normally gets the prayer, who gets double charming. And I talked it over with her, and she does the same prayer she would always do. But instead of saying, in Jesus' name we pray at the end of it, just doesn't do that last time. And I don't believe that any, you know, we all believe in a God of some sort. So I don't think you need to get rid of a prayer. I think you just need to be cognizant of the folks that are there and modify it slightly.
So one of my club members told me one time, the club member was a non-believer. The club member was a non-believer, and he's always offended every meeting. So I got online and I put together a 2-page list of very short, very quick, non-denominational, well, I'll call them prayers, but like one is let's pray, no, let's eat, let's enjoy, let's have fellowship or something. I got them all online, and we started handing them out at the CLEs a couple of years ago, and there's a whole 2-page thing, and I can get that to Carla or somebody and have it sent out. But it's just, you give it to your club member and say, who wants to do the invocation, is what you call it. And they've got a whole choice. There's 2 pages to choose from. And just go and pull something out. If there's somebody that they're a believer, and they want to do something with the have amen or God on it, they can. And there's some that absolutely don't. And they're all short. Because I don't know how many times we've come across those 5 and 10 minute prayers before we get the meeting started. So, but I do have something I can give that to Carla. Anybody else? I saw hands up.
So, you know, those are just things to think about. And sometimes, in our case, the person didn't say anything until he was on his way out. Okay. So I wanted to share that we are available for club strengthening efforts, and I also wanted to share one club strengthening effort
that we worked on in St. Louis County with the club. And they approached us and said, you know, we want to do strengthening. And about right after we got started, COVID came, so nobody could meet. And so we were thinking, we were brainstorming with them things that we could do. And one of the leaders of the club was very afraid of COVID, and actually was not leaving her house for anything. But anyway, finally they said, well, we're tired of this. We don't want to do this anymore, and go away and leave us alone. So we did. But they have, since that time, gotten a new member. They have met in the park. So, you know, just the talking through things, I think was a help, or maybe it was a help that we left them alone. I don't know if it was a help. But anyway, they have added a member and they have been active through the phone. They have also had their officer installation in the park. And the woman who said she would never leave her house was at the installation. So, you know, I think the effort and the attention also helps to strengthen the clubs. And even if when you're asked to go into the club, you may not have one idea of what they might do, but you can go and talk with them, and together you can come up with ideas. So, you know, don't feel, not that any of you would, but often I think, well, what am I going to say now? What are we going to do now? But having the conversation helps, because they're coming up with their own solution.
I don't think they didn't want to help. I think what they wanted was they didn't want to alienate the businesses of the area of Belmont. And I think that's what they didn't want to go to people that are already starting to construct, you know, having problems moving forward. And I think that was more of it. So, yeah, I don't think anything we did was wrong. It's just that it was a bad timing. All of the retail and businesses in the area were more mom and pop, and they were, you know, having problems. So I think that was really the big deal about that organization.
No, it's one. Okay. And again, go back to that club revitalization packet and make use of the ACE tools, which are questionnaires that they're online at ACE tools, Kiwanis.org/ACE tools. I would encourage you to talk about it at a division council meeting. And what has happened, at least in the clubs around me, is that one or two clubs will use one or the other of the ACE tools. And they'll make a Google Doc with the ACE tool on it, and then you can share them, so you don't all have to reinvent the forms. So talk about it at a division council meeting. Are any of you thinking of putting this online? Would you share it with the other clubs? Because it does take a little bit of time to make the Google Docs. Joe, you had a question?
I really like this first stuff. Because a lot of organizations claim that they want to change, but the truth is they want to change an outcome. They're not really willing to do the changes to achieve a different outcome. And so if you can investigate a little bit, if you can ask some questions like that help you find out if they're really willing to make change, you can save yourself a lot of wasted time, because if they're not willing to make any changes, there's no point in spending a bunch of time fighting.
And to piggyback on that, so what I have found is that they will even fill out the little form that says how we need to stop this, start this. But then the next question is, so how are you going to do that? And that's when it gets uncomfortable, because I really don't want to change this. So, you know, and to take small steps, and maybe you can get big steps. But another thing is that sometimes it's one really vocal member is the only one who doesn't want to change. And so how do you deal with that? And there's a really good book that I haven't read, but I heard it was a really good book. Meredith Taylor from KI bragged about it, and I want to get it and read it. So next time I see you, I can say, I have read that book. Has anybody read the book, Difficult Conversations? Thank you.
I heard it's an excellent book, and it teaches you how to have those difficult conversations about, well, how are we going to do that? And I think Joe had hit it on the head. We want that outcome. So I think we have to talk in terms of the outcome we want and what we have to do. Okay, whoever reads that book first, let me know, because I have a valuable prize for you. After you do a book report.
Yeah, that's right.
So this start, stop, continue can be something really powerful at a division council meeting. Okay, that's all I have. Brad, do you have any more?
No. I think that you've covered most of the waterfront and everything. I flashed up on the screen, I had a prayer, if anybody wants one that's fairly non-denominational, and then I also included the 21 topics for division council meeting ideas. So that should be available to put onto the resource file as well. I think it's already on the KI Lieutenant Governor Hub page as well.
Kathleen, you had your hand raised.
Nope, we're okay, we're okay.
Oh, okay. Ralph, you have anything else? No, I think we're a little bit ahead of schedule, Carla.
Yes. Haskell Anderson is Mohawk Lieutenant Governor 2, 25.
That's happened. Evidently, he was tied up today from George and Southern.
So we're glad you're here now, Haskell.
Thank you. I had an event this morning I had to go to. You know how that is. Overbooked.
He did that with.
Well, shall we start over? Okay, what I just handed out is a button to everybody that says 206. And it's also a button which is, well, thank you for asking. Who knows what 206 is?
Rhetorical. 206 people, whose paying member, quantum member affects 206 children around the world.
Correct. So when your secretary fills out this form about how many children you've served and how much you have done each month, that's extrapolated at KI. And they have figured out that you can touch 200, each Kiwanian touches 206 children with the work that they do. And that is well, we have beads, and let me have Mary tell you about the beads, but I don't have bead packets for you, I'm sorry.
So if you notice, where's the camera? On the other side. Sorry, it's okay, make me walk for it. So if you notice, I got my little 206 on here, there's the camera, one. And I have all of them color beads because we help all kinds of different kids. So there's actually 206 beads on here. I believe you were in the Lieutenant Governor's class. Were you there? I think, Vic, you might have been in that class. When we did the beads? Because I did 2 or 3 people's beads. That was 2 years ago. Yeah. It was Gary Baker. Yeah, Meredith brought this. Because I did my beads and I did like 3 other people's beads sitting there. Bill York, I think, was there. But actually, this is a great way. You walk in a club wearing this, and it's a really great way to get a conversation going at least. And explain that, because people don't realize when they join Kiwanis what an impact they're having on the world. And you figure if you walk into a club that's got 10 members, you know, we want more, but 10 members, and you multiply that by 206, who can do the math? That's over 2,000 kids, right? 2,060 kids. They don't realize they're helping that many kids. What do you know about that? I can count to 12. There's 12 thoracic vertebrae. That's it for me. So, but this is a really good conversation starter when you go into any club. And it made an impact on me. I've held on to this all this time and brought this today for my part of the presentation. So Carly, you want the microphone back?
It's been my pleasure to work with Dr. Mary Sally, and she is your next speaker to tell you information about when she was Lieutenant Governor, which has been a year and a half ago. And she did a wonderful job. She did some especially step above type things, and she got the clubs really involved together, which is sometimes quite difficult to do. It's hard enough to keep your own club ramped up to do wonderful things all the time, but to involve all the clubs together gets a little tough. But Mary did it. So this is part of the show and tell how you do it.
I am from the Crestwood Sons of Hills Club in South St. Louis County. I was Division 9 for 2 years, kind of a year and a half because that last part was COVID, if I remember correctly. So Mary, can you turn me on, please?
We're not that close.
No, we're not. No, we are not. There we are. So when I became Lieutenant Governor, Don Leupold actually had been asking me for several years. Yeah, it was Don's fault. This is Don's fault that you have to sit here and listen to me. Yeah. And I kept telling him, I said, not until my last two get their driver's license, then I will be Lieutenant Governor. So that last year before they got their license, which let me tell you, we should have never let them get licenses. We've been through a lot of cars. But they brought somebody in as Lieutenant Governor. They were struggling to find somebody as Lieutenant Governor. I know nobody around here's ever had that issue, but they brought in what was called, the guy called himself a placeholder. And that is what he did. He was a placeholder. And I kept saying to him, I said, you please, I want to do a good job when I get in. Can you please invite me to your district council meetings? Can you please put me on the email chain when you do newsletters and notifications? Sure, no problem. And I asked my club president, have you heard anything from our Lieutenant Governor? No, not a word. Not one division council meeting, and I believe maybe 3 emails in a year. So that was my introduction to, this is what I have to follow. And I had no idea what to do with the help of the Lieutenant Governor before me. So I came to the training here when I was in Springfield, and I went to the Lieutenant Governor training put on by KI in Las Vegas, and I had all these ideas, and man, I was ready to go, and let's get moving, and I'm gonna just turn the place upside down. It was 4 months before I could get a decent roster to send out a newsletter, to have any kind of communication. Paul Eckler does a fabulous job with our MOARC website. However, he can only use what is given to him. So when you become Lieutenant Governor and you get on there to see who your club officers are, there's a chance they're not the right club officers. There's a very big chance. A huge chance. Oh, I need to go forward here.
If you want me to just nod and I can.
No, I'll figure it out. So I'll come back to that in a minute. So anyway, so I finally find my club officers. I finally find my clubs. One club had met in 4 different places before I found them. They were all over the place. They were never happy with whoever was taking care of them. They were all over the board. Finally found them. So when you get to finally meet your clubs, if you find them all and you figure out who all your officers are, you need to take the temperature of the club. Every club is different. Every club has its own agenda. Every club has its own ideas. Now, I went to the training in the district, I went to KI's training. The problem is, not one of those clubs was at that training with me. So we were not on the same page, let me tell you. So you've got to get in there, you've got your previous Lieutenant Governor is a good help is to what your club is, what the different clubs are like, what their personalities are like. But you're gonna run into, you've got some clubs that they're too hot. They're running a high temperature, they're fighting, they're scaring away new members. It's not a good picture. And when you walk in, they're really not happy to see you, because they just don't like anybody except for themselves. Well, actually, they don't like each other either, so. Or else you got those people that are running too cold, their thyroid's low, they're kind of sluggish, and they're just kind of frozen in time. And you say, do you want to improve? No, too much work. Nothing's going to change. So you got to just figure out the personalities, and then you've got those even-keeled clubs that are getting the job done and they're growing. And I had quite a few clubs that were. They were moving and shaking and doing great things, and they were helping way more than 206 kids apiece. So you've just got to get in there, and you got to learn the personality of the club, and you got to learn to deal with their personality. Because if you start pushing on a club that doesn't want to be pushed on, you got to go in the back door and kind of use a little psychology with them, and just kind of be nice. I have one of my clubs, the one I couldn't find. They didn't get the memo about, in 1987, about women being admitted to Kiwanis. So the first day I walk in, when I finally hunt them down, I'm months into this, and I walk in, and they're meeting at this bakery, and they push tables together. So I walk in, I grab a chair from another table, I want to waltz them all over with this chair, and these eyes, just all these men's eyes just got really large. And they're like, ma'am, can we help you? So I'm your lieutenant governor. Oh, and they all stood up and just shook my hand, and they were the best club head. As far as being nice to me and helpful, they were pretty funny. But also that club president did not use any type of internet whatsoever. So I found out real fast, club secretary was my contact. And if I talked to the club secretary, I could get anything done I needed with that club. President, no. He was a placeholder president, and it was explained to me that he is president every year and will be until he passes on. And that's the rule of the club. And I'm not going to change that. It's not going to change. Let's see. Did I get it? Okay, so stay in close contact. Like I said, I had trouble finding all the officers and all the emails to start with because they were not up to date in the district website, and that was not Paul's fault. It's the secretaries. The secretaries aren't sending things in, and it's not the district secretary's fault. I didn't say it was, did I? I just wanted it on the record. I didn't say it was your fault. So you need to verify the club officers. There were several clubs. I finally had to go to the meeting with a pad of paper and a pen and say, please tell me who your officers are and write down your contact information. And that's how I found them. That's how I was able to get my newsletter going. And then a brief monthly update. It does not have to be long. Email is great. Of course, there's that one person that's not going to get it because they don't do email, and you have to take that into account. But I used to just put, hey, here's a couple of brief notes this month, and I would just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever I had. And I got a lot of compliments that, Mary, it was short, it was to the point, that you gave us the information we needed. So
I have to say, and I'm going to comment on this, but when Mary was lieutenant governor, and Jim's following in her footsteps very well, is that she would send out a monthly, and like she said, it wasn't a newsletter, but it was point. These are important points that we need to know what's going on. And really, I'm sure that helped all of the clubs to keep up
with what's going on. So, and then you always have to every month remind about the secretaries about the monthly reports. Anybody ever here that's been a lieutenant governor ever had trouble getting those monthly reports turned in? Yeah, my club had the same secretary for 15 years. I don't know how long he's been there. Because we have one of those clubs that literally, when you take the job, you have to pass away. One of our club secretaries, the first one when I joined back years ago, he passed away mowing his grass. That's how he got out of secretary. He's a great guy, but that's how he got out of secretary.
The first time I was lieutenant governor, Division 13, there were 12 clubs, and there were 3 clubs that had not sent in monthly reports for quite a while. One club, month after month, that's when the secretary filled out triplicate reports, mailed one to KI, one to the secretary, and one to the lieutenant governor. One club, month after month, all 12 months, I had to hand carry a pad and have the secretary fill it out in my presence.
And I might add that at this time, that's when they used to use chisel and stone.
Chisel and stone, can't forget that. So anyway, my point here is my club, our club secretary, he's the second secretary that I've known since I've been associated with Kiwanis for 30 years. That's how long they stay. He is a CPA, and he gets the monthly reports done every September. He gets it done in September. You know, they start October 1st, he does his in September. And Carla can attest to that because I kept getting phone calls and emails from Carla when she was lieutenant governor. Mary, is there anything you can do? No, not a thing. Just, Carla, he'll have them done. He always does, and he did. About September 30th, at about 11:59 p.m., to get some stuff in before some kids. So I'm always reminded about the monthly reports. And when COVID hit, I started saying, hey, you're all home. Why don't you work on those reports? They didn't care. Nobody cared. And then have at least 1 or 2 division meetings. Now, my first year as lieutenant governor, I did not manage to get a division meeting together. My second year as lieutenant governor, I finally managed to do, it was 3 or 3 maybe 3. But I came up with this idea that maybe the division should have their own project. So I brought it to the clubs at the division meeting. I sent out emails and I said, hey, everybody, let's do a group project. And I had all the clubs. I said, hey, send in your vote. Give me a couple of places and we'll vote. What your favorite projects are, charities are, whatever. And we actually voted on 4. We only got 3 done because of COVID. And the age of my clubs, I had one of the things was to build some shelves. Somebody needed some shelves. And at one of the food pantries. And there was just, the age of our clubs, it wasn't going to happen. There was nobody to do any of the heavy lifting or anything. So we ended up actually just doing food collections and raising funds. And we collected a couple thousand items of food. And the one place I sent in $3,000. And the one club the oldest club of them all, that never does anything, it doesn't participate in anything, they just said, oh, one of my kids is calling. They just said, hey, how much you need? Direct your check. It was awesome. But it got my club, when we had the first time I did it, I had a little contest. I don't know if you can tell or not, but I like to bitch. And I had a little contest, so the winning club got homemade apple pies. Yeah, you've had one. Yeah. And so they were all about that homemade apple pie. The clubs were all getting involved in it. And they got really excited. But I got all the clubs to come together and do something together. They all had one goal for a while. And that was me. Now, of course, not every club participated, but I did find the more I did it, the more clubs jumped on. And maybe had I been able to keep it going to the last one, maybe I would have gotten another club to join in. But we got something going. That was pretty exciting. So the other thing on your division meetings, I always sent out the agenda ahead of time, or at least I think I did in my head. And I always had something exciting for them to hear about. So I believe it was the second lieutenant governor training. They had everybody come in and talk about Earl Collins, the Beatrice show, the youth camp, SLPs. I know, I'm sorry. My mother has Alzheimer's, and most of her siblings passed away with Alzheimer's, so I'm sorry. You get what you get here in genetics. My kids will tell you I'm on my way fast. And that was just my train of thought. But anyway, during the training, they brought somebody that talked about all these SLPs and the outreach and the great presentations. And so I thought, you know what? I didn't know that.
Sure.
I'd like to know how many people here know anything at all about Earl Collins, David Johnson Museum, the Moore Outreach Fund.
I'm gonna talk about that later.
Who knows about it now? That's pretty good.
That's because you came and talked for me. When he was giving his presentation, I said, Don, because I know Don, I don't have a clue what you're talking about. I have never seen this before.
There was a class of the government training, and I was more than half of them did not know what the Earl Collins Project is.
It's pretty scary. So I invited Don to come and speak at one of our division council meetings. I had a really good showing. We were in the Gravoy Library. And afterwards, everybody came up and they're like, we had no idea. What a good presentation. We learned so much today. So have some important topics. You know about Earl Collins. I can guarantee you, most of your club presidents and secretaries and general members, they have no clue. And you're looking at me, I'm in Missouri, so Beatrice Johnson Youth Camp, that's in another world, So, I'm telling you, people in Missouri don't know that. We hear it, but we don't understand it and what it's about. So that's right there. You've got a whole bunch of topics for your division council meetings. And one of the ones I had Carla's club does a lot with an organization called Gateway 180. I had never heard of it. Most of the other clubs had never heard of it. So I called the person in charge. I said, would you come talk to us? And she did. And everybody was like, wow, they do that, really? It was pretty exciting. And at that time, I was driving a Yukon, and my Yukon, when we took the donations down, was bolting. So they were so excited. They were happy. So anyway, so I always send out what we're going to do ahead of time. I always am very good about a starting time and sticking to an end time. And then, of course, that Kiwanis related topic, because you don't realize how much your club members do not know. There's a lot that they do not know. There we go. So that was the involve your clubs. When you're sending out like your little newsletter or whatever was my bullet points, I would always try and send every flyer that I would receive from my clubs. And, we're having a pancake day, we're having a golf tournament, we're having whatever, so that all the clubs were aware of it. And I would always encourage everybody to support each other. Now, where I'm from, there's exactly 20 miles between the two farthest clubs. Where a lot of you are from, we're like a much bigger distance. But if you can encourage them to support each other, that's awesome. And that was I already talked about the division-wide project that they could all partake in if they chose. And where did it go? There we go. And the biggest thing, and I've heard this over and over as I sat here listening, you guys think I wasn't listening over there, but I was. The biggest thing is be available to your clubs. Just let them know that you're there. You can induct officers. And if you, and offer sometimes to induct new members for it. I mean, what a difference does it make to a new member when the lieutenant governor comes and inducts them? I mean, that's a big deal. At least until they really realize what's going on. So they figure it out. And then offer them solutions. Don't just go in and say, you're below Charter Street and you're in big trouble and we should do this, blah, 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 blah. Offer them some solutions. Help them come up with a solution. Don't just give them an ultimatum. And some club leaders, they just need somebody to talk to. They just need to vent. Because I don't know about your club, but my club, there's always that one person that just drives everybody crazy. And just doesn't want to get with the program. And sometimes, yeah, over there. So sometimes the club president just needs somebody to vent to and to bounce ideas off. And if their clubs are struggling, you can offer them, I don't know how many of your clubs have a strategic plan, a 5-year strategic plan. I'm not seeing hands. Getting blurry here. Okay, so I had one club that the thought of club revitalization and going out and asking for new members, that was just more than they could handle. blew their mind. So we settled on a 5-year strategic plan. And we were all set up, we had the meeting set, I had somebody other than me coming in to do it that does a really great job, and boom, COVID. So you got your work cut out for you. But just offer them baby steps. You know, if they're not gonna go out and do the whole revitalization, give them some baby steps and just let them start working their way up to growing. And okay, so know your resources. You first, but if you're having problems, you need help, you need whatever, previous lieutenant governor, if you have one. I really didn't have one myself. Your region trustee. Everybody has one except for one region, right?
Or previous lieutenant governor.
Yeah, just go back however far you need. The district officers, Carla and Mary. Mary is great about answering questions. Carla's always been there for me. Both of you have. They've been wonderful resources for me. Kiwanis International, they might have an answer. They actually have one of the 1-800 Kiwanis or something you can call, the helpline. I've actually used that before. And then the MOARC website, Paul Eckler does that, and he's an engineer, and he has that engineering mind. And he has everything in the universe on that website. And he has 2 different ways to find it, correct? So can't go wrong on that website. And then the Kiwanis International website, they have a few helpful pieces of information. And when all else fails, there's Google. I learned when I was a Girl Scout leader, the Girl Scout website for Eastern Missouri was very unfriendly, very unusable. And some mom told me one day, just Google it. Just Google Girl Scouts and whatever you want pops right up every time. So for me, I personally find the Kiwanis International website very hard to find anything on. So I now just do my Girl Scout thing. I Google Kiwanis International and whatever it is I'm looking for. ACE tools or new members or whatever. And it pops right up every time. Saves me 75 clicks of the screen. And then it is okay to ask for help. I know Kiwanis are a little stubborn, a lot stubborn. Everybody ever realize K for kindergartner, K for Kiwanian? Sometimes they act that way really good. So ask for help. Everybody's here to help you. That's the one thing. We are here to help. I've never been turned down when I've asked somebody for help. Kiwanis, and I've been around for a while. Took a few years off, came back, but somebody's always there to help me. Any questions?
Talk about tricks of the trade and all of that. In 04 and 5, which, in 87, when women could come into Kiwanis, second time I was lieutenant governor, and one of the clubs said, we're not going to let women into our club, we're not going to pay our dues, da, 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 da. And I met with them for 2 or 3 months, and they'd been a real strong club. But finally, they weren't going to change their mind. I said, okay, if you're not going to do it, within 30 days, I will build a new club. And I did. And Jerry Warner helped me and all that. But now the club is going, and it's predominantly women running the club.
And there's a problem there?
Not at all. And real quick, we found in our club recently, we had a big boom of new members, and we didn't go out hunting them down. They came to us for some reason. But, we're all about the schools, the kids. And there's so many teachers, and they all retire at a really young age. At least I think they're young when they retire. And they've got access to the schools. They know everything about the schools. We have had a tremendous number of retired teachers join our club. And they're great resources. They're young, they're energetic, and they know everything about the school district, the school they come from or wherever. But that's just a really good source. Ours actually started with our Builders Club advisor retired. And she became full-time member of the club. She'd always kept her membership. And then all of a sudden, her good buddy that taught next to her retired. And then it just kind of the whole group came in.
got a lot of new members and we are really moving and shaking with them. So I will now give you all a break. Carla, I'm done.
And piggybacking on what Mary was saying, one of the things that I learned in sales is tell someone you're their answer person. Offer to have them come to you for answers. When they come to you for answers, don't make up the answer. If you don't know the answer, tell them, I don't know the answer to that, but I'll get it. And then the most important part, do it. Get the answer back to them. So you're going to be such an awesome partner to these folks when you can be there to help them and be realistic about everything you can do. If you can't do it, enlist the help of someone who can help you do it. And Mary is going to go over the important parts of auxiliary Kiwanis information.
Because we're going to get done real early if we don't. And dinner's not until 7, so you can go out party. I really do. I want to say this before I get into the giving guidelines. I just want to say I am thrilled to death that all of you guys are here. You know, I've been the district secretary. This is my 4th year, and this is by far the biggest group of trainees that we've had at a meeting. And so I just am thrilled that you guys took the time out of your weekend to come and spend it with us and to really work at being a great lieutenant governor. So I'm really, really excited. Just wanted to say that. Okay, Mary, you're gone. Stop sharing. Now I'm going to share the screen with giving guidelines. And I sent these out to you all today. Now these are the giving guidelines from, trust me, I'm going to stand up one of these minutes. I was hoping to put this on full screen, but I can't even see where that is. So I'm going to have to go with it. I gave you, I sent this all to your email. Now, these are the giving guidelines for 2021. And at the board meeting in August, we'll probably choose what the giving guidelines are going to be for 21-22. I'm guessing they're probably going to be the same, but you know, we're all here to help kids. And these are the funds that we're all able to help kids outside of your own communities. First and foremost, and I don't know if you guys can all see this okay, because it's small. Oh, I guess I can blow that out. Hang on. There are ways to make this work. Oh, look, it's only at 52%. No wonder y'all can't see it. Hallelujah, brother. Okay. First and foremost, almost all the districts have a foundation. And our foundation is the Earl Collins Foundation. And Barbara is the president at the moment. They usually have presidents that cycle through, and I think she's been for the last couple of years. And they do great things, as you guys all know. They put scholarships out. I'm sorry?
We have 2 foundations.
I know, I'm working on that. Would you like to do this? Would you like to do this, past governor? This is our, let's see, how can I put this into words? This is our foundation that we've had for a number of years. Okay. So Earl Collins Foundation gives scholarships out to kids, but they also donate money. For instance, they're donating money to help the Beatrice Johnson Youth Camp build a headquarters. They use their money for a variety of different things that can help the district and help our communities. So the Kiwanis board, the MOAR board, wants you all to consider giving $5 a member of your club, $5 to the Earl Collins Foundation. Now, most clubs give $5 a member. Some clubs can't, so they give what they can. So we encourage the clubs to give to the Earl Collins Foundation. We also have, the outreach fund, which most of you guys have heard of, the outreach fund. Now that money goes to our sponsored youth programs. Each sponsored youth program has an administrator. So you have the Key Club has an administrator, and they administer Key Club for the whole district. And so we give them money to help them with convention and different things that the district Key Club does. We have a Circle K administrator, we have a Builders Club administrator, we have K-Kids administrator, we have an Action Club administrator. So all of our SLPs, we have district SLPs as well as you guys sponsor your local sponsored youth. So we encourage clubs to give $5 a member to the outreach fund. That money at the end of the year is broken down evenly to 4 groups, and it's the Circle K, Key Leader, Key Club, and Beatrice Johnson. So we spread that out evenly and we send to those different organizations. So that giving is down a little bit this year, which, you know, everything else has been down. So, you know, when you go out and talk to your clubs, those are the things we encourage you to talk to them about. Then, of course, we have the children's fund, and we recommend, they recommend, KI, that everybody gives $10 a member to the children's fund. And the children's fund giving is down tremendously this year. So they're trying to get more clubs to give to the children's fund. And you guys all know we all gave through Eliminate. That's coming to a close. But they want you to, you know, they want you to keep giving so that they can give, you know, they've got disaster relief. You know, they give to a variety of different things that we probably don't even know. But they're giving to disaster relief, they're giving to clubs that are sponsoring a major project, if they need help. They're just out there all over the place. So we strongly encourage you to give to them. And the one group that's not on here is the Beatrice Johnson Youth Camp. And we thought of adding them on. The problem is that takes us over $20 a person. And we think that's kind of pushing the clubs a little far, but we do encourage to our second foundation to give to the youth camp. So, you know, that's always an opportunity for clubs to help out our own. So all of these different groups help out Missouri, Arkansas, and they help out our local communities, at least in a different way. So that's basically what we have, and I will be sending that out to you as soon as the board decides if this is the same format that they're going to go in for next year. So then I will send that out to all of you, and it'll go out in a Kiwanogram to all of the clubs. And we just strongly encourage you to talk to the clubs and encourage them to continue to give to those groups that so badly need that assistance.
Just Beatrice Johnson that you were talking about.
Oh, that
Yeah, sorry. As Mary said, we don't have that as a separate entity on here, but I think it was in 2017, with the outreach fund, we increased the amount of that and added Beatrice Johnson into there.
Yes, yeah, it was $4 a member. Yes, we increased that, and this last year, we decided to evenly split that money between those 4 groups, the Beatrice Johnson, the Key Club, the Key Leader, and Circle K. So they get the money.
On the Earl Collins Foundation, last year with the COVID, our gift income was way down considerably, but this year they're up from last year, but we're still short of our average, or of our annual average of over $20,000. So just FYI, we're doing good, but we didn't catch up to last year.
Also, Barbara's not here. Don, did you want to talk about the raffle, your list about the Earl Collins raffle? Yes, ma'am. And Cindy was in it for us. This is the world according to
No, it's a good question, Earl Collins. And here, Carla's got some brochures on it, but he's a past secretary, past governor, and the person that started the Kiwanagram, and I'll let the brochure go from there.
Now you know the rest of the story. And really, seriously, if anybody ever has a history question about Kiwanis, Les is the man. I think he studied Kiwanis 101 or 401, whichever. He wrote it. That's right.
Since we brought up the word Kiwanagram, by show of hand, how many of you read it when it comes out?
What is it, Dan?
The Kiwanagram.
Read the Kiwanagram. Good girl.
Does your club read it?
Good question. Not a good day.
This is another thing that'd be good for you guys to take back to your clubs, is that Diane Baker, a wonderful person who's in the Batesville Club, wife of past Governor Gary Baker, is our Kiwanagram editor. She struggles every time to get stories for the Kiwanagram, and we really want to showcase our clubs. We want to put good information out there that's important to you all, but we really want to showcase our clubs. She has, this woman, she's such a dear. She goes out to Facebook and steals off of Facebook what Paul's put out there. And then she'll go, like I send her my newsletter and other people send her. She's stealing stuff from God knows where just to make an interesting newsletter. Tell your clubs, why do we have to keep our clubs a secret? It's time we got out there. Let people know who Kiwanis is. Most of them know, but we've got to make sure that the Kiwanis name is out there because we are boots on the ground. We are the service organization. So get out there and get your clubs active. I do, and I will send it all to you. It is in the Kiwanagram. It's been put out many times. It's on the news, on the website, but I'll send it out personally to you guys. Yeah, it's all out on the website. I'll send it to you so that you guys know. God forbid you have to look for something. No, we had an old email editor.
Okay.
We had a past email editor who was with Springfield Club, Marshfield. No, he's with Springfield South, and he no longer did it. Well, Diane had a difficult time with that email, so she set up her own email. So, but she still goes out and checks that email too. So, yeah. Yes.
Why someone.
Yes. Yes. I hear all the time people going, I never get constant contact. Well, it's very interesting because I can tell whether you've got constant contact or not. Because I can go out and check, hang on, Les, good grief, I'll give you a turn. I go out and check constant contact all the time, and I can tell whether an email was sent to somebody, but there's a lot of people out there that somehow or another have either opted out of receiving, and Bobby Crump, I talked to my Bobby, why did you opt out? She goes, I didn't. Well, apparently you did, because you're not getting them. So I can send her another email. But they've either opted out of constant contact or they have a bad email address. And that happens a lot. It's just like what Mary was saying about clubs. Not only do they not put in their election of officers, they don't update their email addresses. And I use the email addresses that are in Kiwanis. And so if you have those people that aren't getting them, and go talk to them and remind them that we have the Kiwanagram. If they're not getting the Kiwanagram or any notification from the district, because you know, this is the only way I have to connect with every member. Because there's 4,000 members. And I
sent a survey out about conventions.
Yes.
Many people didn't get it, or it went to their family.
Exactly. I send 4,000 out. I'm lucky if I get 20% open rate. What's that? Well, we haven't, for Salt Lake City? Oh. Huh. Yeah. A lot of my stuff, because it's a mass email from Constant Contact, it goes to spam. It goes to junk. I can't figure out, it says, I go into Constant Contact and it says how you can keep it from happening, and I tried it and it still keeps on happening. So please check your junk file, your spam filter, whatever, but it's getting out there. I just would like to know people are reading it, because Diane puts a lot of time and effort into that. And we want to make sure people are reading it, because like I said, the only way we can communicate with all the members. I can't send an email directly from my email to everybody. It's just too many. So.
Hey, Mary?
Yes, sir.
Mary, this is Brad, real quick. One thing that I think we need to work on across the Kiwanaverse is adding video and photos to newsletters. I've been working with the Mendak district, and there are some people that shared with me that they've spent like 3 hours working on an article for their newsletter. And it's a great newsletter similar to yours, but they then can run the analytics and only like 20 people are even opening the newsletter and everything. So in today's day and age, on your Facebook pages, on your web pages, and in your newsletters, you need to gravitate. All of us, pretty much all of us, have one of these little smartphones in our hands, and you can take little video snippets, you can take photos, and a picture tells 1,000 words, and that's what people gravitate towards. So if you really want to have people, getting your messaging and everything, you need to go more to video. That's it.
Actually, we did a meeting, take a snapshot, put it on the Facebook feed, and share it.
Yeah. And just like Lyndall just said, and this is really true, if you put it on your own Facebook page, Paul monitors that, and he generally pulls them off because he tries to be members of all of you guys' Facebook page, and he tries to send that out through the district. So if you do that, then that word's going to get around, and people are going to see it. Okay, I'm going to give it back to Les.
On the last page of the brochure, it has a square My Pledge,
This is Earl Collins
Earl
program.
Collins brochure, excuse me, yeah. It says to send the contributions to, where to send it, it's been 5 or 6 years since the secretary, all sent to me then, last week. I think this year, this administrative, 7 clubs still sending me the contributions. So stress it as you go around to your club, sure, send it, because it's not been a problem to me, but it's a time delay and all of that.
It's been Gene Barkley for as long as I can remember has been getting those donations, so, okay. Anything else of me? Any other questions that you might have? All right, turn it back over to you.
In that realm, you know that you should mention Earl Collins, but there is normally an Earl Collins trustee for each division as well. So you're going to be partners in doing this. And I don't know that some of you are dual, but yes, there are 2 different trustees. Anyhow, Mary thinks I didn't do anything about my vision and goals, but I thought I did at the beginning. So, like everybody says, you know, first you tell them what you wanted to know, and then you tell them why you wanted to know it, and then you tell them again. Anyhow, my vision is to see Moab thrive, and I think thriving from this point is going to require a lot of work. And that's why I am so grateful that so many of you took the time to come this weekend, hopefully glean some new information. I have a lot of the things that we talked about on that stick drive that I handed you, and I will get it to everyone else that was on Zoom. Anyhow, we need to be able to get a hold of things, and that has a lot of information that you would normally go out to Moark, or you would go to KI and search for. It's easier to search through the 20 files or so that I gave you. The large PowerPoint that Brad did a portion of at the lunch hour, that has all kinds of information. If you don't have PowerPoint on your computer, I did the file twice, once as a PDF and once as a PowerPoint. So you can grab it either way, so you should be able to use it either way. Anyhow, we need to be a partner with each other. We need to be partners with all these clubs that are suffering. COVID has decimated all of our lives as far as we are aware of everything around us. Businesses, people are reacting differently, people are acting differently. And we need to help folks feel comfortable, come back to their Kiwanis home and enjoy their Kiwanis home so that we can do wonderful things for kids. Need to keep clubs on a successful track. So whatever help you need, whether it's club counselors, we do have almost 30 that have been renewed within the last 6 months. So the information is fresh to all of them, and they'll be happy to help. Also, the one thing that I'm going to ask of you is to please make it a priority to try to be on a Zoom call 1 time a month for 1 hour a month. And I guess with a show of hands, I'm not sure I'm going to do this. Right now, we are doing it on a Tuesday night at 6 p.m. Is there anybody that couldn't do a Tuesday night at 6 p.m.?
That's the second.
Right now, we're doing second Tuesday.
Okay.
Well.
Okay, not if we have that many people that can't come. 1 hour.
I would try to myself.
Well, 6 to 7, right.
Yeah, we're usually at an hour. We try to
So is there, if we had it on Wednesday night, would that be better?
I can't, that's church night.
Okay. Thursday night.
Sorry, second Tuesday is fine.
Yeah. It's the time, it's the time.
Okay.
It's just, you know, summertime. I have 2 people to book from the house.
So do we think 7 PM on second Tuesday? Who couldn't make it at 7 on Tuesday? That was 2 cannot? Okay, well, I guess I'm always gonna have a problem coming up with 26 people that can make the same thing. Yes, sir.
Is there any way that those who can't make them on that Tuesday evening can get the gist of it later?
Right, what we have been doing, we have been doing this all this year. And what we have been doing is recording the Zoom meeting, and anyone who can't be on it can access that and get the information. Of course, the thing you don't get is your input, which.
I can do the other two tonight.
Carla?
What if, yes.
Carla, I find the 6 o'clock hour is good on any evening because that still allows you to make other engagements for that particular evening.
Okay, from the floor, I just got that 6 o'clock was a bad time to do it because it's too early. So not quite sure what might be the best. But we had more hands when it was at 6 o'clock that was unable to join than it was up at 7. Okay, so I'm going to change it to 7 o'clock next year, and hopefully that will get most of us. Second Tuesday, yeah. And I am really good. I really value your input, and I really think you need all the information that we're doing. You need to be keeping up with what's happening and what the board has done. But I am really good at keeping the meeting moving and getting you off on time. Okay, MOARC tools. We have things that we have done because we heard you say life is difficult getting around. Life is difficult because of COVID, talking to people. So the board elected to do the Zoom accounts for every lieutenant governor. The board elected to do a membership drive because people were saying they couldn't make community service money because of COVID. So we elected to have community service grants to have people grow clubs. Now, I found out personally when I made some phone calls that some clubs didn't even know there was a membership drive going on. So that's the sad part, and that's the part that I'd like to keep more vibrant next year is getting you the information, and please spend a short email once a month, sending that information on so your clubs know what's going on. If we have something ever again, that's going to be a 5-month program like the membership drive was, you might think about after 2.5 months calling and making sure that your clubs actually got that email and know what it's about. As these other programs, if you need it, let us know. I'll take it to the board and we'll see what we can do to help you, whatever the it is. And back to Kiwanagram. Kiwanagram's a wonderful vehicle. It's kind of like going and visiting other clubs. You see what exciting programs they're doing, who they're giving to, service projects, all the stuff that they're doing that's so wonderful, and it inspires you and inspires people in your clubs. So make sure that they understand, and let me kind of regress. Mary gets her information from the information that is input by each individual club secretary. So if you have a club secretary that does their work once a year, not to pick on anybody, they may be a person who does not go in to the secretary dashboard and update an email address, a phone number, things that Mary and I are going to use if we need to try to get a hold of folks. When I was trying to call officers, I found quite a few phone numbers that were disconnected, no longer in service. So encourage the secretaries from each club to update the things. Many people do a roster for themselves internally, and they don't go update that information on the secretary dashboard. It's really, really important to do. So when they do the secretary dashboard, then it is retrievable by Mary, and that's what she uses to use constant contact to send out information, whether it's a survey, whether it's information about anything, or whether it's the Kiwanagram. And they're not going to get the Kiwanagram because they don't have the right address in the secretary's dashboard. Lastly, my theme, which is on the buttons, is we are family. I want to be your family. I want you to be mine. And I want to be here for you. And I really appreciate your time being here for us, and I hope we have wonderful fellowship this evening. Thank you very much. And does anybody on the Zoom call have anything else to share?
Go forth and prosper.
Thank you. How do you do that? I don't know my fingers.
Like this. I'm a Trekkie from way back.
Thank you all so very much.
Carla, thank you. Yay. Everybody's all fired up. They're gonna go home. They're gonna make a difference, right? Right. Call me every day. No, please.
Call me, I'll call you.
I just want to make a comment, ladies and gentlemen. I've been recording something 30 odd years and neglected, quite honestly, trying to take on a position of responsibility. But this last year has been eye-opening to me personally. And I just want to congratulate and acknowledge the commitment and dedication that our leadership has. I think Lieutenant Governor, what I'm getting out of this, are the cogs that make this whole thing work. And lo and behold, I'm going to try to do my part. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Greg.